एवरीवन वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का लाइव एनालिसिस। आज है 21 जनवरी 2025। सबसे पहले क्रूड ऑयल को देख लेते हैं। मॉर्निंग पे कल एक ट्रेड बना था बाइंग वाला, काफ़ी लेट ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस बना था, वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई है। ये कल का ही लेवल है लो वाला। कल ऑलरेडी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, तो अब इसको आप वीक समझ सकते हो। सपोर्ट है, स्टिल है, बट अब थोड़ा वीक आप समझना है इसको। ठीक है, मैं इसको मेंशन कर दे रहा हूँ, दैट इज़ अ वीक लेवल नाउ। वीक सपोर्ट लेवल। बाकी अगर ब्रेकडाउन हो गया 6526 के नीचे, तो फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड अच्छा बन सकता है, और फिर नीचे एक अच्छा सपोर्ट है, बहुत अच्छा, 6435 के अराउंड। ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक है। ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस एक बार टेस्ट हो गया, तो अब आएगा तो वीक सपोर्ट या रेजिस्टेंस ही मानेंगे उसको। कल मार्केट अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल पे था, वहां कर चुका है। ऊपर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो वी विल सी दैट। अभी और कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस अपर लेवल पे मार्केट ने बनाया नहीं है। बाकी 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपन रहेगी, 8 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन रहेगा। कर सकते हो बट क्वांटिटी कम रखना, नहीं तो थोड़ा रिस्की है। कल ले चुका है लो, बहुत लो लेवल से काफ़ी देर रुक के ऊपर गया था प्राइस, याद होगा। फर्स्ट टारगेट ही दिया था, सेकंड टारगेट तक गया नहीं। बाकी कोई खास डेटा है नहीं शेड्यूल आज के दिन, आज भी। यूएस से वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम पे एनुअल मीटिंग चल रही है, वहाँ पर कोई अगर डेवलपमेंट होती है तो देखते हैं। बाकी कुछ नए एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर्स अगर यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट साइन करेंगे, वी विल सी दैट टुडे एज वेल। बाकी और कोई डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है आज के दिन। नेचुरल गैस को भी देखते हैं। एक्सिस बैंक की वजह से बैंक निफ्टी काफ़ी गिर गया आज, क्लोजिंग सपोर्ट के ऊपर ही हुई थी फ्यूचर की। बाकी
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Valerie Titel.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
U.S. President Donald Trump has begun his term in office with a blizzard of policy announcements, reviews, and executive orders. In his inaugural address, the 45th and now 47th president vowed to prioritize America's interests and create a golden age for the country.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer.
Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office later, President Trump said he plans to impose tariff on America's two closest neighbors by the start of February.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
The dollar jumped against most major currencies following Trump's remarks. If imposed, the tariffs would affect $1.8 trillion in goods and services trade and would likely lead to retaliatory measures from Canada and Mexico.
The business world has been so far broadly optimistic about Trump's policies, with many saying tariff plans are rhetoric, not reality. Franklin Templeton's CEO Jenny Johnson says the tariff threats are a show of strength.
He's a deal maker, right? And if you're a deal maker, the first thing you do is you show your powerful stance. So you make a broad statement, I'm going to tax Canada and Mexico by 25%. Well, and then you sit down at the table, you get them to the table, and you say, this is what I need. I need some help on immigration. I want you to import more of our goods. And so, I think we've seen that's his kind of approach. He makes big, broad statements. I'm going to buy Greenland. And then from there, goes in with a more kind of practical deal approach.
Jenny Johnson speaking to Bloomberg in Davos. She added the Trump administration will likely bring more regulatory clarity to the cryptocurrency space.
Donald Trump has pardoned almost all of those convicted for participating in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Charges in any pending cases relating to the incident were also ordered to be dropped by the newly sworn-in president. The president spoke to reporters while signing the orders.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon. We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly.
The pardons cover cases ranging from a misdemeanor trespassing to assaulting police with weapons and affect over 1,500 people. Trump has also commuted the prison sentences of 14 people associated with extremist groups.
The new president has made sweeping changes to how government works and US policies on his first day in office. In moves that will reshape the global energy landscape, Donald Trump ordered the US to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement, an end to electric vehicle subsidies, potentially boosting average new car prices by $3,000, and the removal of bans on offshore oil and gas drilling and a freeze to wind power permits.
Trump has also signed off on other major actions, and he had promised on the campaign trail. He declared a national emergency at the border with Mexico and is seeking to end automatic citizenship for children born in the United States to parents who are not currently legal in the country. The president has also directed the U.S. to withdraw from the World Health Organization, rescinded all transparency and safety requirements for AI developers, axed diversity programs at federal agencies. It is expected that many of the orders that Trump signed on Monday will be challenged in court.
In other news, UK wage growth rose to a 6-month high ahead of a crunch Bank of England meeting. Pay excluding bonuses is up 5.6% from a year earlier in the 3 months to the end of November. Economists expect this growth to be short-lived due to weakening labour market activity. UK employment fell by 47,000 in December, the largest drop since 2020. The number of employees on payroll at its lowest level in over a year. It paints a picture of a weakening labour market here in the UK. On the back of the data, traders boosted the odds, the Bank of England cutting rates at their February 6th meeting to over 90%.
In other news, the UK government is preparing to approve building a third runway at Heathrow Airport as part of a drive for economic growth. Bloomberg has learned Labour will back controversial airport expansions.
James
A
Wilcock
third
has
runway at
details.
Heathrow was first proposed in 2003. What followed was a 20-year wrangling as UK politicians wavered between economic growth, environmental credentials and popularity. Now, sources tell Bloomberg the government is giving the plans a green light. They want to signal their pro-growth credentials by approving a number of infrastructure projects. But if they do go ahead, Labour may find themselves accused of sacrificing the environment for growth, a charge they themselves made against the previous Conservative government. In London, James Wilcock, Bloomberg Radio.
Those are your top stories on the market. Stock 600 is up by 0.1%. S&P E-mini futures on Wall Street are 0.3 higher. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is up by 0.5%, and the 10-year Treasury yield down 5.5 basis points now to 4.57%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
I'm Valerie Teitel, and this is Bloomberg.
Donald Trump's second term has begun. Following the president's inauguration on Monday, he's expected to mark his return to the White House by unleashing a flurry of executive orders and directives in the next few days. Much of the initial focus will be on what is happening inside the United States, but the rest of the world is also waiting anxiously to see how Trump's second spell in office unfolds. Will he follow through on his campaign promises to impose sweeping tariffs on US imports? How will his administration deal with Russia and China? Is the former reality TV host really serious when he talks about the United States annexing Greenland and reclaiming the Panama Canal, possibly by force? More broadly, does Trump's return spell the end of the US-led international world order? How will European countries and other long-standing US allies respond? And is this the end of global cooperation to combat climate change? This week on The Big View, we're going to try to tackle some of these big questions. It's what we do at Reuters Breaking Views. We tap our best sources around the world to bring you fresh insights into the biggest stories in global business and finance. I'm your host, Peter Thalassen. To help tackle these questions, I've invited Hugo Dixon onto the show. Hugo is commentator at large at Reuters, writing regular columns on the most pressing geopolitical, financial and economic topics of the moment. He founded Breaking Views 25 years ago and was its editor until 2012. Subsequently founded Infax, a journalistic enterprise making the fact-based case against Brexit, and campaigned to help developing countries make the transition away from fossil fuels. And just to be clear, we recorded this conversation just before Trump's inauguration. Hugo Dixon, welcome to The Big View.
Lovely to be with you, Peter.
So, Hugo, there is a lot to talk about the Trump administration, almost everything, really, world trade, geopolitics, climate change, and so on. But I think just to start with, I thought maybe we could stand back a little bit. I think shortly after Trump's first election victory, someone, I can't remember who it was, made a now famous comment which stated that Trump's opponents had made the mistake of taking him literally but not seriously, while his supporters had done the opposite. And it's definitely true that during the first term, Trump went on to say things, talked about the border war with Mexico, winning a trade war with China and so forth, which were exaggerations.
गाइस ये क्रूड ऑयल ध्यान रखना, ये सपोर्ट अब थोड़ा वीक हो चुका है, ठीक है। ये कल ऑलरेडी लो लेवल से सपोर्ट ले चुका है, काफ़ी देर रुकने के बाद लिया है, तो यहाँ क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना, यहाँ पर ब्रेक डाउन होने के भी चांसेस हैं, इसलिए लिखा हुआ है वीक सपोर्ट लेवल है। सपोर्ट स्टिल दिस इज द सपोर्ट एरिया, बट थोड़ा वीक हो चुका है। बाकी अगर ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट हुआ तो सेलिंग अच्छी आएगी, और फिर नीचे यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट बहुत अच्छा है आपका 6440 से 6430 के बीच में, ये भी सपोर्ट है बट थोड़ा सा अब वीक है, ठीक है। तो क्वांटिटी यहाँ कम ही रखियो।
Of what really happened. So we're potentially back playing this game. Trump says he'll impose tariffs on imports. He says he'll deport millions of immigrants. He claims he'll slash government spending. And people say, oh, that's just a figure of speech, or it's just an opening position in a negotiation. It would be a mistake to take it at face value. But other people say, well, this is just a distraction from what's really going on. How do you think for the next 4 years, at least, we should think about what Trump says, and how should we sort of interpret his statements?
Well, I think we certainly should take him seriously, and actually his allies in the rest of the world, America's allies, should take him even more seriously than the first time round. And that's largely because he's more powerful than he was first time round, and the world is more dangerous, but also his allies are more or less, particularly the European ones, weaker than they were last time round. As for literal, well, I think it very much depends on precisely which words come out of his mouth. I do take, actually, the, for example, pulling out of the Paris Agreement on climate change, I take that literally. I think that will happen. If we talk about tariffs, I think that some of that will happen. Whether they happen exactly in the way that he said is another matter. And of course, he's already abandoned his promise to solve the Ukraine war in a day. I think he's extended it to 6 months, the last time he spoke. On the other hand, it's of course true that there is, it's certainly in some cases, what he says is part of a negotiating deal. He sees himself as this great deal maker. He loves trying to make deals. Whether he is a great deal maker is another matter. But he certainly knows that if you go in with what you want to get, you don't get it. So you ask for 2 times what you want, or 5 times what you want. So, for example, he said he said he expected NATO members to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. Well, that is clearly not to be taken literally. America itself only spends something a little bit over 3%. So, but on the other hand, a lot of the NATO members, still some of them, particularly the Germans and the Italians, are below, and the Canadians are below the 2%. So see that as an opening shot, maybe to get everyone up to 3%.
But I guess that's completely right. But I think words have consequences as well, right? I mean, I think you made the point in a recent column that the whole Western case against Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that large countries cannot annex neighboring states against their will. So when Trump talks about annexing Greenland or Canada becoming the 51st state of America or something, on the one hand, you could sort of say, well, he's not being serious. But on the other hand, he's sort of undermining the US-led alliance's sort of position against countries like Russia and China, wouldn't you say?
Well, indeed. And that is where I do think there's a difference between Canada, where he went out of his way to say he wasn't threatening military force, and Greenland and Panama, where he went out of his way to say he couldn't guarantee that he wasn't going to resort to military force. And even if that is part of a negotiation, and I don't think that we'll see an invasion of either of those places, but I do think it is extremely damaging. And it's extremely damaging for, particularly for the West. I think it's also damaging for the world, because I think a dog-eats-dog approach to how the world operates, even if we've had quite a lot of big powers throwing their weight around, even in the sort of era when everyone was supposedly following the rules, to actually have the biggest dog saying it's fine to throw your weight around. And even in the days when America was throwing its weight around, in the Cold War, or indeed in Iraq after the end of the Cold War, it pretended that it was doing everything according to international law. I don't think there's much of a pretense of that with Trump.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. So, but it's also true that Trump is, as you said earlier, when Trump is transactional, he sees himself as a deals maker. That's kind of his approach to most of these issues. And there is an argument that some Trump supporters put forward that actually wielding a stick can sort of force people to the table, and that actually being the sort of the throwing your weight around, as you say, can actually deliver better outcomes. I think one of his advisors, I think you referred to this, called it peace through strength. How should we think about that as an argument for his approach?
I think even Trump himself is using the term peace through strength, and I think it was he's revived it from something that Reagan used to say, Ronald Reagan. And I think there's quite a lot to be said in theory for peace through strength, and you go all the way back to the Romans. Si vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Now, the question, though, is what is Trump actually doing? And even before his inauguration, he seemed to be much keener on beating up on his allies than turning his fire towards America's traditional rivals and enemies, particularly Russia and China. And the question then is, could that be a good thing? Could that be good? I mean, the question is from two perspectives. Could it be good for America? And could it be good for, let's call it, the West? The best case that it's good for the West is that if he beats up on America's allies, both in Europe and in East Asia, to beef up their defenses, they will beef up their defenses, and the West will therefore get stronger. And I think there is some evidence that will be the case, but I think that's overcompensated for by the negatives. And the negatives are the one that we've already talked about, undermining the core principle of international relations, that you don't go invading other countries. The second is that these are not just any old other countries. The two that he's talked about, or at least two of the three. He didn't talk about invading Canada, but Canada is a NATO member, and Greenland is a NATO member by virtue of being part of Denmark, and that undermines trust within the NATO alliance, which has been the bedrock of Western security since the Second World War. And then you've got, and now maybe we'll come on to this, then you've got his ally, Elon Musk, who is throwing his weight around, aggressively wading into European politics, both the German election and British politics, calling British Prime Minister Keir Starmer evil. And insofar as, and he's supporting right-wing nationalist figures, and insofar who are against European unity and often, well, certainly against continuing to supply arms to Ukraine, that further weakens the West. Because what, in my view, is we need to do at this moment of danger is that Europe needs to come together, and Europe needs to come together then with America and with like-minded countries in Asia. If you start sort of throwing a wrecking ball into all of that, we could even be talking about in a few years' time that it no longer makes sense to talk about the West.
Yeah. Well, let's we should come back to Elon Musk in a bit. But let's talk about Russia and Ukraine, because that seems like that's the sort of one of the first things in the in tray for the new Trump administration. As you said, Trump has talked about ending the conflict. I mean, okay, maybe he's not going to do it on day one, but he certainly seems to be keen to try and bring an end to this war. And you've written a lot about Ukraine and Russia and the sort of and the ways in which the West can sort of make life difficult for Russia. I mean, what do you think the outlines of a peace deal look like realistically at this point?
Well, look, first of all, I think just to underline its importance. The reason why I think it's important is that this is could be viewed as the sort of the proxy war that will not the proxy war essentially between China and America. If you think of those as the two superpowers in the world, China is backing Russia and America is backing Ukraine. If America loses this proxy war, that tilts the whole playing field in the world in favor of China and its allies, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and the other countries which are in the middle powers who are wondering.
गाइस जो लोग अभी आए हैं एक बार रिपीट कर देता हूँ फिर से वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे थोड़ा सा बेरिश साइड पर है, कल के ही सपोर्ट एरिया पर है। कल ऑलरेडी ये काफ़ी डीप लेवल से एक सपोर्ट वैसे ले चुका है, तो ये थोड़ा वीक सपोर्ट बन चुका है, इसलिए लिखा हुआ है वीक सपोर्ट लेवल। बाकी अगर यहाँ पर ब्रेकडाउन हो जाता है, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट, तो एक सेलिंग अच्छी आ सकती है। फिर नीचे सपोर्ट 6050 टू 440 पर एक अच्छा सपोर्ट है, वहाँ पर एक बाइंग बनेगी, दैट इज़ अ गुड सपोर्ट एरिया। बाकी यहाँ पर अगर बाइंग कर रहे हो तो थोड़ा सा रिस्की रहेगा, तो क्योंकि वीक सपोर्ट वीक हो चुका है तो क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना, ठीक है। वीक है थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट एरिया। कल अगर थोड़ा सा डायरेक्टली चला जाता है यहाँ पर हिट करके इस तरह से तो बेटर रहता, तभी थोड़ा सपोर्ट ठीक ही रहता, बट अभी थोड़ा सा वीक समझ सकते हो इसको। बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे, सिल्वर इंट्राडे में तो बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज बना हुआ है, कल भी साइडवेज ही था। कल से एक रेंज के अंदर ही मार्केट बिल्कुल ट्रैप्ड है, कुछ खास ट्रेड हो नहीं रहा है, तो गोल्ड और सिल्वर अभी अवॉइड है, कोई डेटा भी नहीं है। सेम गोल्ड के साथ भी हुआ है, कल एक बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज रेंज में था, एक ब्रेकआउट जरूर हुआ था बट उसके बाद फिर से साइडवेज चला गया। आज इंट्राडे में मॉर्निंग पे देखोगे इंडियन मार्केट से जब से ओपन हुआ है तो एक रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है, कोई नया लेवल बनता है तो विल सी दैट। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे तो कल मार्केट में एक बाइंग आई थी नीचे, अभी भी एक सपोर्ट अच्छा है हमारे पास कल वाला। कल का एक रेजिस्टेंस लेवल बनाया था, उसके ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, वहीं से एक वापस सेल का प्लान करेंगे। तो ऊपर देखोगे तो अराउंड 353 से 356 के बीच में एक अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है, दैट इज़ अ गुड रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट आप कह सकते हो फॉरेक्स में 339 से 338 के बीच में, वहीं पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, फिर से सेल कर सकते हो। रीटेस्ट जोन पे नीचे सपोर्ट पे मार्केट वैसे तो 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है यहाँ से, बट अभी भी बिल्कुल लो लेवल टेस्ट नहीं किया है मार्केट ने, तो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट कि प्राइस थोड़ा सा नीचे 322 के आसपास आए, तो फिर हम वहाँ से बाई करें 322-23 के अराउंड। बाकी कल भी इन्वेंट्री नहीं है, ध्यान रखना, इन्वेंट्री नॉर्मली रहती है बट कल भी इन्वेंट्री नहीं है। कल वेनेसडे है बट देयर इज नो इन्वेंट्री। गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लेवल देखेंगे, अभी फिलहाल नहीं लगाए हैं तो ध्यान रखना। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। बाकी एक बार देख लेते हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी, लेवल कोई नए क्रिएट हुए हैं। Mahindra Finance to issue non-convertible subordinated debenture on private placement. Mahindra and Mahindra. EU Wonderland warns against global race to bottom. On tariffs in Davos, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की मीटिंग चल रही है, आज सेकेंड डे है, कल फर्स्ट डे था। JP Morgan's long position in Costco shipping energy transportation H shares rise to 5.11%. South Korea's foreign currency deposit rise in December. Samsung and LG may move some home appliance manufacturing from Mexico to US, paper says. Trump plans to enact 25% tariff on Mexico, Canada by February 1st, 2025.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on keeping notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir, on each.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
And Karen, we begin with the change already underway in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump has completed one of the most stunning political comebacks in modern American history, delivering his second inaugural address with a promise to deliver a golden age for America.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Speaking from the Capitol Rotunda, the 47th president said he would get to work quickly with a series of executive orders aimed at what he called a radical and corrupt establishment.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
The new president detailed many of those actions in his speech, saying he would declare a national emergency at the border to crack down on undocumented migrants and a national energy emergency to tackle inflation.
Well, Nathan, President Trump wasted little time putting pen to paper on those promises. The new president signed dozens of executive orders in his first hours back in office. They included full pardons for more than 1,500 people involved in the riot at the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago.
They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed.
The president also rescinded dozens of Biden-era orders on diversity, immigration, and climate, and he pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. One order he did not issue, however, was on tariffs, though he did say he could make a move on Canada and Mexico soon.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
Instead of immediate tariffs, the president called on federal agencies to study tariff policies in America's trade relationship with China, Canada, and Mexico.
And Karen, President Biden also temporarily halted a ban on TikTok in the U.S. We get more on that with Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And Nathan, in one of the first moves after taking the oath, Trump signed an executive order that gives TikTok a 75-day reprieve. He also reiterated his stance that American companies should own half of the video sharing platform.
The U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok, but it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless.
Or whether his order alone is enough to stave off a ban.
Yeah, it was a party. No doubt.
Don't miss Balance of Power live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bloomberg Invest is back. Join me, Shonali Basak, and the industry's most influential people for a comprehensive view across financial markets. Hear what a second Donald Trump presidency means for the economy, how AI is being monetized by investors, and the next big risks facing the private credit industry. Bloomberg Invest, March 4th and 5th in New York City. Register your interest to attend at bloomberglive.com/invest.
It's your Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger alongside Managed Cranny in New York. Let's get you set up for your holiday shortened trading week this week. We're going to get Netflix earnings for the fourth quarter. Those come after the market close. Then we have some data, another round of jobless claims. Those come out on Thursday, and consumer sentiment on Friday. Perhaps a relief also is that it is the blackout period from the Fed, so at least we don't have Fed speakers, but we do have the BOJ announcing its rate decision also on Friday. And Manis, the narrative for them had been CPI data last week allowed them to hike. It just all depended on what we got out of Trump yesterday. So maybe the hike, maybe it's all on.
Yeah, certainly many red flags have been raised by UADA and other people at the BOJ. Some stocks to watch. Apple, we've talked about it. The iPhone sales in China plunging by 18% during the holiday quarter. That's according to some independent research. And Jefferies actually downgrades the stock to underperform. So we're lighter on our feet. Tim Cook, front and center there behind Donald Trump, as you said. Yes, it was the tech bros. Intel up 4.25%. UMC says its partnership is on track, and UMC reported its earnings a little bit early this morning. Big move on Intel on Friday, Danny. That was a lot of speculation about M&A. General Motors, GM up 2.125. Deutsche upgrades the stock to a buy. They see the company reporting the high end of their guidance range. But it is ground zero today. These bond markets reopen, Danny, and wow, what a move. FX and rates.
we have to differentiate between what assets are moving on Trump and which are not. It is notable that you continue to have bonds and stocks rallying, but Manus, as we've been talking about today, here is where you have seen the reaction. It is in FX markets. Jeff Yu of BNY talking about this, that if you want to look for a market that is sensitive to Trump, that is prepared for the worst, it is FX, with CAD hedges being put on ahead of Trump. The dollar, though it was declining, started to gain after Trump mentioned yesterday that he's looking at 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico to start on February 1st.
Well, it was like two extremes. Yesterday morning we started the session with gradualism. There won't be universal tariffs, and there weren't universal tariffs. And in the flick of one comment, it was bang, I'm ready to go February the 1st. That's a possibility, 25% on each. But here's the thing. Have a look at the bond market. The bond market, and we were just checking this out. It's not 6 days in a row this time, but it is 6 days that has seen a wholesale repricing in the bond market. Long end down 25 basis points, Danny, 20 basis points there over the 6 days. This is about the worst case scenario perhaps being avoided, and the inflation expectations not banging higher.
I have to say, I really think Ian Ling and Abimo got this right, that into Monday, he basically said it will be an event risk, and once it passes, it will essentially wave the checkered flags that bond markets continue to rally. That's what we got. We got an event risk, and the worst of what we expected didn't come to pass. Okay, that's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is in Davos and DC. They'll take it from here.
So what's it like moving from the East Coast, where everything is finance and money, to the West Coast, where everything is technology? Did you fit in right away? And did you really know how to use all the computer things that they give you to use?
So it was pretty fun. There were plenty of times where I would sit around in meetings and literally I would be Googling terms. And at one meeting, Larry Page actually caught me Googling terms, and he kind of pointed that out to other people in the room, which was a little embarrassing, but I figured there were some things that I could do that they couldn't do. And so it was a learning curve. And my dad always, he taught me at a young age a term that I've used constantly with my teams. He said, in his lab at Stanford, if a physicist could not define a quark in under 30 seconds, they didn't know what they were talking about. And so I use the quark test all the time. If somebody's rambling on and they can't get to the point, they probably don't know what they're talking about, they fail the quark test. My finance team knows this quark test. And at Google, I'm working with amazing computer scientists, so they never fail the quark test. They can explain things really clearly, which shoots you up the learning curve.
But did you understand what they were talking about from the beginning, or did you have a special tutor that's taught you technology? Or did you?
I had actually run tech banking and took Google Public, so I had a little sneak preview.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever you are. I'm Ed Ludlow at CES in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
The golden age of America begins right now. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, live from Davos, with Jonathan Farrow and Lisa Abramowitz.
Live from Davos, Switzerland, for our audience worldwide from the World Economic Forum. Good morning, and welcome to a golden age of volatility. Yesterday afternoon, people got excited, Lisa, about the prospect of the incoming president taking a measured approach with trade. Then he got into the Oval Office and changed things pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this really speaks to the fact that JP Morgan has a war room to look at all of the ins and outs of what proposals are coming out, to really understand what they are, what they could potentially be, and then change it all again the next day when there's some new proposal coming down the pike.
Bad news if you are Canada and Mexico. Maybe by February 1, maybe there might be some tariffs coming your way. Good news for Europe and China. I would say it's far too soon to say good news for Europe and China. Things can change very quickly, and we saw how that played out in the last 24 hours.
What we're seeing right now is we are here in Davos, Switzerland, with, I believe those are afternoon bells. They're actually ringing right now, not morning bells.
I should say good afternoon?
I think that you need to adjust and adapt to the place where you are, and I think that right now we are good afternoon, good afternoon.
You want me to start the program again?
No, I think that this is good. But I think that going back to the whole idea, we start the show with the idea of Washington, D.C., and yet here we are in Davos, and that is all that everybody is talking about, and I think that that really highlights the degree of the golden age of volatility, as you put it. This is what people want to know about at a time when the U.S. is the dominant growth engine and the dominant force of change in the global market.
This is not the center of the universe this week, if it ever was. It certainly isn't this week. The center of the universe is Washington, D.C., and we've said this a few times on this program. The president will act and Davos will react, and that basically tees up the programming for the next 3 days.
And basically the reaction is, we're in, we believe in it, we're with you, Donald Trump. How can we get sort of a piece of the dynamism in the United States? And that's what we feel around the board. The issue is, how much does this shift from some of the rhetoric that we've heard at this very meeting in the past number of years?
To your point, and to build on that, if you're in the United States right now, you feel pretty good. If you're outside trying to get in, you're probably pretty nervous and quite anxious, because there is a long, long line of companies that are looking to do exactly the same thing.
Which is the reason why there are so many bankers here who are talking to clients about just how to do that. Big question will be, who will be allowed to do that, how much the regulatory regime has changed, and just how many international companies are looking to become just a little bit more American.
We'll talk to one of those bankers in just a moment, so stay tuned. For now, though, we have to head down to Washington, D.C. and catch up with Anne-Marie in the nation's capital. Anne-Marie, what a day one. What's in store for day two?
Well, look, we're going to probably get a lot more executive orders. That is what Donald Trump promised, and that is what he delivered yesterday. If you guys have been talking about, it was a flood of executive orders. The priorities, really, though, were things on immigration and also energy, lifting that moratorium on LNG exports, so rescinding some of the Biden-era executive orders we saw, and also adding some of his own, pulling the United States, for instance, out of the World Health Organization. Also, when it came to TikTok, when that executive order hit his desk, he did say, ooh, TikTok, I like that one. Why? Because he feels like he's now in charge of potentially SAVE, and he wants to maybe have a deal, give this social media app a little bit more time to strike a deal. What was so interesting, though, was not in an executive order. And, of course, that was explicitly aimed at other countries when it comes to tariffs. That was missing. But we did get a bit of back and forth with President Donald Trump in terms of where he's going with tariffs, and he's eyeing Mexico and Canada. Take a listen.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada, because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in, and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
February 1st potentially is going to be the timeline when it comes to Canada and Mexico. Not only is this back and forth, the whipsawing of headlines might be a nuisance for financial markets. What was so interesting is a country that was not mentioned, China. At the moment, President Trump says he was invited to China and he's ready to make some calls and maybe a deal with Xi Jinping.
Anne-Marie, stay tuned and watch this space. I get the feeling we're going to be saying that a lot over the next 4 years. Anne-Marie joining us from Washington, D.C. this morning.
Yeah, basically we're talking about the whipsawing of the news flow that really will impact companies around the world, and they're trying to adapt right now, even as the headlines seem to change day to day.
Joining us now to discuss, I'm pleased to say that alongside us to kick off our coverage of the World Economic Forum, Viz Raghavan, the head of banking at Citi. Viz, it's good to see you, sir.
Good morning, or good day, as we should say.
Good afternoon, I think Lisa wants to go with. How improved is the mood in corporate America with a simple change at the top of the country?
Look, it was improved post-election anyway. So you saw the frenzy, you saw a lot of expectation, the build-up, the anticipation was you could feel it, and I think look, it's risk on. Folks want to go. There's a ton of liquidity out there. There's a lot of pent-up excitement. So let's kind of wait and see.
Which areas are you seeing the most excitement? Is it really foreign companies looking to get into the U.S.? Is it U.S. companies that were stymied because of the FTC under the Biden administration? Where are the areas of the pipeline that are building most quickly?
Look, it's all of the above. I mean, if you look at the valuations of U.S. companies, I mean, we talked about it a lot. You have pretty much 68% of the world's capitalization now in the United States, and that is just increasing by the day. And you're seeing the biggest pools of liquidity are all in the United States. So you had the building blocks of when we look at the valuation arbitrage, U.S. corporates versus even Europe and rest of the world. I mean, there's a massive differential. So and then you have a lot of liquidity. The PE community have $2.5 trillion or thereabouts of firepower, which they've been waiting to deploy. You have, private credit. You have, pools of liquidity that is kind of available. So you've got all the building blocks, to kind of, get this thing moving.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one point on that, on your question. I would say it is U.S. companies have all the ammunition to go outside and within. And given the Make in America, the U.S. nexus, a lot of the overseas companies will look inwards into the U.S. to basically open plant, do CapEx and the like.
Well, that's exactly where I was going to go. You're a global head of banking for Citigroup, which is a global bank and has traditionally stretched its tentacles across the world. How many of your conversations are dominated by the United States right now?
I mean, U.S. is at the epicenter of all discussions. I mean, whether it is at a basic level, supply chains, working capital management, how do we get organized around, dollar flows and the like. You're seeing our corporate bank, our treasury services businesses absolutely kind of, engaged in dialogue around how to get organized. And that also translates into the boardroom. I mean, if you look at, with the valuations currently in the United States, with that comes responsibility, because companies and boards have to say, okay, for this valuation, I've got to show growth. It's either going to come organically or through acquisitions, because shareholders don't have patience. So the minute your growth is not forthcoming, they work with their feet. So guess what? I either have to grow organically or I have to go buy and build. So you then once again, you have a strong dollar, which is in the U.S.'s favor. You have this valuation. So all the currency is there. The backdrop is there. So let's see.
What I hear from you, though, is not just U.S. companies, not just European companies trying to get into America, but U.S. companies using their very well-valued equity to look at Europe with an exchange rate on their side. How much of that can we expect in 2025? Are you already having those conversations actively with companies looking to pick off European firms?
The tailwinds are all the things I described. You have gems of companies, sometimes we call them good houses in bad neighborhoods, dollar earners, but trapped in certain jurisdictions where there's a valuation, impairment. And the U.S. companies are eyeing them. Private equity is eyeing those jewels. The key is going to be around the headwind is going to be, do nationalist tendencies kind of suddenly take hold? If the tariff regime gets kind of heated up, if barriers are erected by the United States, so who retaliates? How do they retaliate? So suddenly now, if you have a cross-border visible transaction, and suddenly countries will say, these are jewels in my crown, not for sale, and then the barriers and the hurdles.
Let's take it one step further. I think a lot of people made quite a lot of the people who were at the president's inauguration, all the tech CEOs lined up. Some people were very cynical, skeptical about why they might be there. I take a very different view of what was taking place in the last 24 hours. That was a celebration of the best of America. the biggest leaders, not just in corporate America, but around the whole world. And we get the real sense now that the incoming president is going to look to protect them and look to go out to places like Europe and say, we've got their back, you stop going after them. Do you expect to see more of that, not just from the Americans, but also from the Europeans and maybe for the Chinese as well?
I do. But let's go back to your question on tech. Tech is not tech alone anymore. I mean, it is a common thread across every industry. If you take auto, it's autonomous driving. It is, if you take, healthcare, retail is e-tail. So even a old-fashioned, very industrial company, when they're looking to acquire in software and all the kind of the tech adjacencies. So you're seeing tech permeate pretty much every industry right now, and and this is something even from a banking point of view, that mining of the seams is something that you need to do really, really well, because that's where most of the activity is going to be. In addition to all the pure tech like the whole AI space and the like, and cybersecurity. So all of that pure tech is going to thrive, but those tech adjacencies are also going to thrive. So I can almost kind of understand that roster on the front row is really the way, the direction of travel that we were already on, but that's going to get even more pronounced, as we see the administration and the future pan out.
It also speaks to, as John said, the golden era of volatility and wanting to have a foot in the door at a time when there is so much uncertainty and competing headlines. JP Morgan was talking about a war room, trying to understand each headline as it comes out, and they've been up all night. Is there something similar in Citi's banking department?
Most banks have, groups absolutely dedicated to really parsing through every line of what was said, what was not said, what the direction of travel is, and Citi is absolutely at the forefront of, the internal thinking as well as kind of, advising clients on what to expect.
So you've been at Citigroup for now a full year, more than that.
7 months.
7 months. So 7 months, not even a full year, but completed the fiscal year, and it was a very good year. And I'm just wondering how much you attribute that to the business cycle and how much you attribute that to changes that you personally have made at the banking division.
I would attribute a lot of it to the changes Jane has made. I think she's really, grabbed the business, both from, the stuff that needed remediating and transforming, and also the focus on the front office, the client side, and absolutely kind of dealt with it kind of head on. And when you look around the teams, there's a vibrancy, there is really an entrepreneurial kind of, as we say, we wake up in the morning, there's a spring in our step that you're building something amazing and you're part of something amazing. And that's infectious, and you saw the results, both the quarter and the year, there's real momentum. So I would really kind of, give the credit to, Jane and the leadership team and all the building blocks they put in place that is really now allowing us to kind of, build off that and to take it to the next heights.
As you look around the room, a table full of very exceptional talent, there is one empty seat, the head of M&A. When does that get filled?
I mean, look, I think, that seat is when you look at the bench underneath, we have some outstanding talent underneath. Kevin, who runs the group, is an outstanding M&A practitioner and has been in the industry for a very, very long time. And within each of our industry teams, we have real M&A, outstanding professionals. So we got, the healthcare team is a team we hired from Goldman, and they were right at the forefront of the Johnson & Johnson trade we announced recently. Lilly, so there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of deals up the pipe. So what I want to really do is kind of really measure a bit instead of just kind of rushing into things. There's a lot of talent, internally, and I just want to kind of take a call on, how the months pan out, what momentum we have, how we kind of, get established, and then address that.
Could you give us a sense of whether there are any active interviews taking place right now?
No comment.
No? So there might be externally, not just internally.
I would say everything, be open to all ideas, but there's such a deep bench there that, I just want to kind of evaluate what I have.
I hear that from you. What I also hear is there is a real potential that the seat just doesn't get filled and you can accomplish some of your goals without that vacancy being filled.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The bench strength is so strong that, we're doing all the M&A deals, and if you look at our announced deals, if you look at our pipeline, there is a lot of progress, there's a lot of momentum. So I really want to just kind of digest what I have and then, take a call at the right time.
Sounds like you're ready to hit the ground running. A lot of people are in the United States right now. It's going to catch up.
No, it is. I mean, this is kind of there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of anticipation, and all the building blocks are there to kind of make something, out of it. So
the mood's improving in corporate America. Viz, it's good to see
corporate America. Let's emphasize that.
Yes. Well, I have been repeatedly. Don't worry. It's very different for everybody else. Viz, it's good to see you. Thank you.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
there of Citi. Thank you, sir. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Let's head over to Danny Berger to get your Bloomberg brief. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Los Angeles is facing extreme fire risk for a third straight week as hurricane-strength winds return. A rare, particularly dangerous red flag warning has been raised across the region. Wind gusts as strong as 80 miles per hour are forecast. Ventura, Malibu, and San Fernando are among the cities most in danger. Veteran Republican Senator Marco Rubio has been confirmed as Donald Trump's Secretary of State. He's the first of President's second-term nominees to be approved. Rubio served 14 years on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was cleared by a vote of 99-0 in the Senate. Meanwhile, in D.C., Elon Musk has secured a White House email address. The billionaire, who is set to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, also has an office space in the Eisenhower Executive Office building within the White House complex. President Trump said that DOGE will work with the White House to identify spending cuts and finish its recommendations by July 4th of 2026. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Danny, thank you. Up next on the program, the golden age for the U.S. economy.
The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations. The golden age of America begins right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take 2 numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Green World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Approach to.
Live from Davos, Switzerland, for our audience worldwide, it is day 1 for us at the World Economic Forum. Equity futures are positive. There is tons of volatility in the FX market that we'll be discussing throughout the program. Under surveillance this morning, it's the golden age for the U.S. economy.
The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations. Our recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy. The golden age of America begins right now.
The golden age for America begins right now, and we've already had the conversation already in this program in the last 10 minutes. For America, what about, Lisa, for everybody else?
Everybody is going to lean in to America and basically hope that that will trickle back to them with maybe diminished tariffs, and that seems to be at least the hope in Davos.
Joining us now to discuss, I'm pleased to say, Becky Frankowitz, the Chief Commercial Officer for Manpower Group. Becky, good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
You've been here a few times.
I have.
This is a different Davos.
This is a different Davos. I mean, growth is topping the agenda. Practical approaches to things like AI and green are topping the agenda. So it's quite a different year.
What's changed? It feels like ahead of this event, we saw from various companies in America, they were pulling back from DEI initiatives, distancing themselves from things like ESG, net zero. What's behind that? Just one man, one shift, or is it much bigger than that?
I think it's a shift in how people are thinking about the workforce. But the truth remains, diverse talent is what drives better results. That's still proven. It's still true. So I think companies now, as we talk to companies around the world, they're saying, we're not going to lead with it in terms of our marketing, but we're still going to do some of this behind the scenes because we need to have workers in the workforce, and we're not getting a new population.
There's a question about that new population, immigration, and how much that's going to potentially upend some of what you track every day, which is the labor market in the biggest and the most dynamic economy, and that is the United States. How much is that top of agenda for the people you speak with?
Yeah, I would say really not at the top of the agenda. If you think about the labor that's coming into, it's a lot of jobs that historically are not tracked in the BLS, indicators. And so I do think it's going to cause a tightness of the labor market to get even tighter than it is today. And that is something we have to keep an eye on as employers. What happens to wages in that environment? What happens to flexibility in that environment? So I do think we'll see a tighter labor market if the immigration reform, not just reform, but the challenge is that, we're going to start deporting people if that actually happens.
So this actually is a real question that people have, just how tight the labor market actually is at a time when some people, at least as recently as last November, were talking about a weakening U.S. labor market. Are you saying that the tightness is still there and that just a little bit of distortion from immigration could really cause wage pressures to arise anew?
Yeah, so first I would say the U.S. labor market has been the most resilient labor market in the world. No question.
Hey guys, crude oil देखो अभी भी support पर ही है, break हुआ नहीं है. Still holding the level, but ये थोड़ा सा weak हो चुका है अब, क्योंकि कल already काफ़ी बार support लेके, काफ़ी देर support लेके price move किया था. तो मैं फिर repeat कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर buy कर रहे हो लिखा हुआ है WSL, it means weak support level. Quantity थोड़ी कम ही रखना, target बड़े रख लेना चाहे, so that अगर SL जाता भी है थोड़ा कम ही जाए. टारगेट यहाँ तक रख लो, एसएल यहाँ कहीं. बाकी अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हो गया तो वी आर गोइंग फॉर सेलिंग ऑब्वियसली, एक प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट अगर होता है तो. बाकी अब 630 होगा तो मुझे लग रहा है उसके बाद ही थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम आएगा. बाकी ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट के बाद नीचे आ जाए तो ये भी बढ़िया है, 6434 या फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे मिल जाए यहाँ पे कहीं. ठीक है.
There we go.
That's been President Trump in the Oval Office signing a number of executive orders, but also answering and really fielding just so many different queries from journalists that are in the room with him. But some of the highlights, of course, he signed an executive order on TikTok. We heard about the war in Ukraine, the Middle East, ongoing there, tariff risk as well. I mean, what stood out to you out of that?
I mean, the TikTok, we were literally watching him sign the executive order on TikTok, which he then eventually went to say that it could be used as a bargaining chip with China. I think on the China story, he did get an invite to visit China, which it is a possibility, he said this year, that he could visit as well. But among many things that we can get into here, universal tariffs for one, I mean, I don't know where to start. And, you know, let's bring in Stephen Engel, who's with us right now, who's also been listening in to that briefing. Steve, what stood out to you? You've been covering the story this morning.
Well, there's a lot to chew on here, obviously. The World Health Organization signing the executive order to withdraw from that organization, and a number of things, obviously, on TikTok. Let's just start there, because he's basically informed the Attorney General's office not to take any action on TikTok or any of these other entities, if you will, that are posing national security threat, but in particular in TikTok for 75 days. And then he also goes on to essentially in this statement saying he will not ask the Department of Justice to take action beyond that either. I think he's trying to find a buyer, a 50-50 joint venture partner. But the problem there is in that law that was signed by Congress, bipartisan law in April, it requires a full divestiture of the Chinese stake. ByteDance is the owner, but the assumption is that the Communist Party of China is also behind that. So it's going to be a little bit more tricky because Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, has already said nothing will be accepted except a full sale of the Chinese stake in TikTok. I think even Donald Trump said there are bigger issues. China has bigger issues than just TikTok, but they would probably want to find a buyer as well. Shou Chu is there. He's the CEO. He was at the inauguration. He met with Elon Musk. We do know that. But Donald Trump sort of poo-pooed that idea of Elon Musk. He has enough to do, sending rocket ships into space and everything else. So perhaps not Elon Musk to be the U.S. buyer, but he says every rich man in the country has called me about buying a stake in TikTok. We don't know if that's just, he's just saying that or whether that is true. But there's still a lot of runway left to go on this TikTok. He signed the executive order essentially stretching out the period of enacting potentially that law to shut it down by 90 days.
Well, we do know billionaires have, of course, been among the bidders for TikTok's operations so far, though, in the U.S. So maybe there is some grain of truth to that, Steve. But stay with us. Let's bring in Kinja Lau. He's Chief China Equity Strategist at Goldman Sachs. And from a market's perspective, I mean, we've just seen Chinese equities coming online. They're still up. What did you think about what we just heard there and how it sort of sets the scene for Chinese equities?
Right. As Stephen said, there's a lot to digest, right? But I think one thing that we've learned since 2018 is really that U.S.-China relations are multi-dimensional, right? Talk about trade, technology, capital markets, geopolitics. So it's highly uncertain, and we'll see how the tariff risks are going to unfold. But I think one thing to flag here is that I think at the moment, the equity market is not too concerned about U.S.-China tensions at the moment. And the reason I'm saying this is that we have a proprietary indicator to help us quantify to what extent U.S.-China tensions are embedded in prevailing equity valuations. And right now, I think we're at mid-range, right? So again, suggesting that this is not the most topical or at the forefront of investor concerns. Now, when it comes to tariff, it's still our base case that the U.S. will raise tariff on China by about 20 percentage points by the end of this year. Timing is highly uncertain, but if that's the case, I think China should be able to digest that. So we think there will be some policy response from the Chinese government to soften the external headwinds, as well as trying to facilitate the economic rebalancing from external demand to domestic demand. So from a market standpoint, we're still forecasting about 20% rise in Chinese equities over the next 12 months.
And what is the assumption there on what type of earnings growth you're expecting on the, let me call it 2020, like 20% tariffs, 20% return? What is earnings growth?
So let me say this, Dave. Without tariff, I think we can expect sort of low teens type of earnings growth from Chinese corporates for this year, 2025. But after factoring in about 20% tariff rise in our forecast, we're now looking for about 7%, which is somewhat below consensus. So if you break down the 20% returns that we are looking at right now, it's about 10% coming from multiple expansion or multiple recovery, but about 10% from earnings.
So, Steve, what have we heard so far on the outlook for tariffs? Because Goldman Sachs is saying their base case is around 20%. We know that there's going to be a study that's going to take place now, but what's the process going to look like? And beyond Mexico and Canada, do we get any sort of sense on the timing as well?
Well, I think the leadership in Beijing before this press conference probably woke up feeling fairly relieved that they did not get a visceral attack on China across the board. Look, if there were these 60% tariffs announced through executive order this morning by Donald Trump, that would kick a number of retaliatory steps and also policy response steps immediately from China. This buys them time. It also buys the Trump administration time to formulate the right way to go forward with tariffs. Clearly, tariffs have not been put on the back burner. They're still on the front burner. We just got those headlines essentially saying that tariffs on Canada and Mexico could come into action February 1st. It could be just a matter of minutes until we get a headline that says China tariffs will go into effect on this date, but right now there's a bit of a pause. Maybe this is because of the conversation, the phone call recently that Donald Trump had with Xi Jinping. They did talk about TikTok. They agreed to work together on resolving TikTok. There were lots of comments from Donald Trump about TikTok, obviously, about trying to find an equitable solution, maybe a 50-50 joint venture. But on tariffs, I think we just have to kind of wait and see. But I'm sure Beijing is fairly pleased right now that they were not in the crosshairs this morning. Others perhaps were, Canada and Mexico. He talked a little bit about Europe as well. He talked about the notion of universal tariffs as well. So I think we have to kind of wait and see what the response is from Trump.
And just one thing to flag, last week we held our annual global macro conference in Hong Kong, very well attended. 1,800 people came from different parts of the world, and we did a lot of investor surveys and polling questions. And obviously, we asked investors their view about tariff, right? How much they're going to expect from the U.S. And quite interestingly, more than 50% of the respondents, they pick 20%, 10 to 20% as their base case for potential increase on China tariff. So when we first put out our 20% sort of forecast last November, our number was perceived as very optimistic. But now it seems like market view or expectation is converging to our number.
Yeah, it's coalesced towards a lower level. Steve, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think some have likened these executive orders and the fact that he did not necessarily single out China is Trump. Instead of using day one is kind of a broader initiative. Day one could be the first quarter of his administration. It could be the first week. It could be the first month. But essentially, it switches Trump into what he is, and that is a negotiator. So I think the threat is there. China is responding. Look, Xi Jinping sent his vice president, Han Zheng, to the inauguration. He met with Elon Musk. He met with U.S.-China Business Council members. Also, Shou Chu, the TikTok CEO, was there at the administration. They're all trying to establish some sort of goodwill going forward. So I think a slew of 60% tariffs on day one would have dampened that mood.
Well, I mean, Kinja, to your point, and to, I think, the moving parts that we still have to sort of juggle with, if you're a China bull, I mean, you're hoping 20%. I mean, you're hoping no tariffs, right? But in the event we get something higher, and who knows if we get something higher, for example, you know, one of your report highlights the fact that there is a domestic policy put that in almost all scenarios, correct me if I'm wrong, the market has found a floor, and that a bear market in China never exceeds 3 years. And was last year the third year?
Last year, what? Yes.
It was the third year there. So is the floor in, I guess, is my question there.
Right. So this is the story that we're painting. So essentially 2024 is a year where the policy put has been exercised, right? That's why you're putting a floor on the market. Now, in 2025, we think that we're going to transition from a policy expectation phase to more like a policy implementation stage, right? So we need actual policy implementation to support growth and then to drive earnings. That's why we think the upcoming 2 sessions in March will be important, and that's the venue for us to likely get more clarity about policy support from the government.
And Steve, of course, you're actually going to be travelling to Beijing for us for the upcoming meetings in March. How much is what we just heard here and these first few days in office for Trump, how much is that going to also factor into the sorts of policies we get out of that as well?
Well, I think the Chinese economy has its own set of issues that they have to deal with, whether it is persistent deflation, lack of confidence from the consumer, all kinds of structural issues, the property market, the prospect of tariffs obviously is there. It's going to hurt potentially exporters, which has been the strength of the Chinese economy going into 2025. There is going to be a policy response coming out of the National People's Congress for sure. We know that because after the Central Economic Work Conference in late December, essentially they set the agenda. We won't hear the specifics, but clearly there will be a fiscal response. How much? We don't know. And what kind of steps to kind of put a floor on the property market? That's a longer structural problem, but also just consumption is going to be the theme going forward in 2025. And they can do something policy-wise.
Is that the equity play? Consumption, or are you looking at other sectors?
We like consumption as a theme. That's why we're still overweight consumer tech, internet companies, media, but it's a very broad concept, but really for investors to pick up some alpha, we think the theme of local government consumption could be interesting. Now, the logic here is that we think that that swap program is going to help improve local government circulation, finance position, and remember that if you look at consumption as a whole, is 55% of GDP, but 1/3 of that comes from local government spending. So if the local governments, they have more money to spend, I think that will translate into better local growth backdrop. And we like sectors or stocks that are more sensitive or related to local government spending, like healthcare, F&Bs, and constructors and things like that.
How are you thinking about the yuan as well in this? I mean, we've just seen a huge sort of whipsaw off the back of it, and we had that expectation for dollar strength. We saw a little bit of weakness overnight, but what's the sort of flow-on effect then?
We're looking for some currency weakness for the RMB. So let's say if 20% comes true, then we expect the RMB dollar CNY to go to 7.5. So you're talking about another 3%, 4% potential depreciation from here.
Well, I just came back from the UBS Greater China Conference in Shanghai, and I talked to Al Gabor, who's the chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai. He said one of the big issues for American companies and for the Chinese economy is going to be an outsized depreciation of the yuan. What does that mean for outflows, and how does China do a policy response to balance giving competitiveness to its exporters, but at the same time not seeing those outflows?
Now, Stephen, if you look at the statement coming out from the PBOC, they're still very much emphasizing the currency stability, right? So, I mean, we're talking about a bigger problem, a bigger backdrop here is that the US dollar strength is quite universal, right? US dollar is appreciating against the major trading partners. So I think the currency weakness here we're forecasting should be manageable from a capital flows perspective. And I think at the same time, don't forget that the capital account is still highly managed by the Chinese authorities. So we don't think that the capital outflow problems will be that significant.
What about just to lead into the geopolitical act a little bit more, what about some of the trades that have done extremely well in China because of geopolitics? And, you know, I'll just mention a specific name. You know, SMIC has effectively doubled since September. You know, these companies and sectors that might benefit if China is successful in being, you know, industrial independent, for example.
Yeah.
Do you think that trade continues, that strategy continues, or is it worth taking the profits there and putting them elsewhere?
I think you're right, David. So the self-sufficiency trend or theme has done well. But I think if you look back over the past couple of years, one of the very rewarding and alpha-generating ideas or themes in the equity market has been the shareholder returns theme.
Okay.
Right? Chinese corporates paying shareholders back via dividends and buybacks. Now, just a few numbers to put things into perspective. Last year, Chinese corporates returned more than 3 trillion RMB worth of cash back to shareholders. Again, via dividends and buybacks. And given the policy encouragement here and the relatively robust financial positions for Chinese corporates, we expect that number to go up to 3.5 trillion this year. That's record high. So I think whether we talk about uncertainty from an external perspective or domestic growth headwinds, I think that theme, shareholder returns theme, will prevail.
I mean, just to pick up on that as well, I mean, some would say that's a bad thing if, if companies can't find better use for their cash and give it back to shareholders. The whole, do I invest for the future or do I give it back? When does that story become sort of a negative as far as, what that means for the outlook and confidence in the economy is concerned?
Right. I think we're talking about a couple of things here. Number one, we're talking about excess cash, right? So right now, as Stephen mentioned, there's some problems domestically in terms of overcapacity, oversupply. So for companies in those areas, I think it's much better for them to return cash back to shareholders as opposed to investing in new capex. But obviously, in areas where growth potential is much more significant, it would be better for them to invest in the future as opposed to just paying cash back to shareholders.
Your kid is not getting a good education.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the change already underway in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump has completed one of the most stunning political comebacks in modern American history, delivering his second inaugural address with a promise to deliver a golden age for America.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Speaking from the Capitol Rotunda, the 47th president said he would get to work quickly with a series of executive orders aimed at what he called a radical and corrupt establishment.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
The new president detailed many of those actions in his speech. He said he would declare a national emergency at the border to crack down on undocumented immigrants and a national energy emergency to tackle inflation.
Well, Nathan, President Trump wasted little time putting pen to paper on those promises. The new president signed dozens of executive orders in his first hours back in office. They included full pardons for more than 1,500 people involved in the riot at the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago.
I've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed.
The president also rescinded dozens of Biden-era orders on diversity, immigration, and climate, and he pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. One order he did not issue, however, was on tariffs, though he did say he could make a move on Canada and Mexico soon.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
Instead of immediate tariffs, the president called on federal agencies to study tariff policies in America's trade relationship with China, Canada, and Mexico.
Karen, President Trump also temporarily halted a ban on TikTok in the U.S. Let's get the details on that now from Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And good morning, Nathan. In one of the first moves after taking the oath of office, Trump signed an executive order that gives TikTok a 75-day reprieve. And he also reiterated his stance that American companies should own half of the video sharing platform.
The U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok, but it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless.
Whether his order alone is enough to stave off a ban remains unclear. Now, according to the law that bans TikTok, an extension is only possible if the president can show Congress that there's a viable path forward to a deal. TikTok has restored access for existing customers. Google and Apple, however, still have not reinstated TikTok to their app stores. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, a who's who of the world's wealthiest people surrounded President Trump as he took the oath of office. A group of billionaires, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, had a combined net worth exceeding $1.3 trillion. Also in attendance, LVMH CEO Bernard Arnault, Alphabet co-founder Sergey Brin, and Las Vegas Sands majority owner Miriam Adelson.
And Karen, Elon Musk could be sticking around Washington for a while. He's already secured a White House email address, and sources say the billionaire, who's set to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, has that email as part of the executive office of the president. Musk spoke at the Capital One Arena in Washington.
There are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen.
Elon Musk poured millions of dollars into Trump's presidential campaign and has emerged as one of his closest advisors.
Nathan, while Musk heads President Trump's government efficiency effort, Vivek Ramaswamy will not join him. Instead, he plans to run for governor of Ohio. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine's decision to select his Lieutenant Governor John Husted to replace Vice President J.D. Vance in the Senate has opened the possibility for Ramaswamy to seek the governor's mansion in 2026.
And Karen, Marco Rubio has been confirmed as Secretary of State. He is the first of President Trump's nominees to be approved by the Senate. We get more from Bloomberg's Gregory Corti in Washington.
The Senate always gives deference to its own members when they are nominated for executive jobs. Marco Rubio was a senator that was widely respected on both sides of the aisle and certainly seemed to be qualified. He's knowledgeable about foreign policy. Certainly Democrats don't agree with him on everything on foreign policy, but the fact that he would be the first cabinet post to be filled in this next Trump administration, not altogether surprising.
And after the vote, Bloomberg's Gregory Corti reports Rubio said ending the war in Ukraine will be a top priority.
Well, Nathan, Trump, of course, was the main topic of conversation at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Business leaders and investors worth over $120 billion are at the event. We caught up with Franklin Templeton CEO Jenny Johnson.
He's a deal maker, right? And if you're a deal maker, the first thing you do is you show your powerful stance. So you make a broad statement, I'm going to tax Canada and Mexico by 25%. Well, and then you sit down at the table, you get them to the table, and you say, this is what I need. I need some help on immigration. I want you to import more of our goods. And so, I think we've seen that that's his kind of approach.
And Franklin Templeton CEO Jenny Johnson says she believes Trump's policies will boost the economy and support public and private markets. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The college football national championship game played in Atlanta. Notre Dame scored first on a long touchdown drive, but Ohio State scored the next 31 points, and the Buckeyes held on at the end to beat the Irish 34-23. Will Howard completed his first 13 passes, threw for 2 touchdowns. Quinshon Jenkins, 2 touchdowns rushing, 1 receiving. It's Ohio State's first championship since 2014. Ben Johnson, who was the defense coordinator of the Detroit Lions, named the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
A much worse education because they can't pay attention even to their friends. And then the fourth norm is
please welcome to the stage Sergio Ermati, CEO of UBS Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's John Micklethwaite.
I think you have to go on this. Perfect. Sergio, thank you. Welcome to Bloomberg House, which you were just admiring and saying you'd help pay for. We were just talking earlier about how difficult it was to invest in Europe. You look at the year you've had, particularly the time since you took over Credit Suisse. Most people would say that was one of the great bargains of banking. Your share price has risen by more than 80%, now the highest since 2008, and you are now Europe's most valuable bank. So well done on that. But the first thing in terms of the year ahead is a man called Donald Trump has arrived in Washington. And I wondered, you are based in Switzerland. Switzerland is still a pretty open country in terms of trade. What do you worry about what he will do in terms of tariffs and trade?
Yeah, thank you let me just take an exception on your bargain issue. So I think that, if you add up the true cost of the acquisition, you will see that the 3 billion headlines we paid for, you had to add up at least another 15 to 17 billions for the restructuring. And therefore, it will be eventually a good transaction, but it takes time to make it work.
That's always the best sign of a banker, when he denies he's done a brilliant deal.
Thank you for telling. No, look, Trump. The new administration. First of all, I have to say that, like everything, when it starts, there is a lot of promises, a lot of ambitions, a lot of promises they make, and we'll see how much is really going to calm down effectively. I do hope, at the very least, that the new administration can deliver on its agenda on the geopolitical standpoint of view, to bring peace or ease tensions, not only in the east part of Europe, but also looking at the Middle East, and also normalize relationships with China. Of course, on the other side, the tariff topic, it's something that is quite potentially dilutive to any deregulation or easiness for doing business. So I take a positive but also balanced approach on the new administration.
Is there anything particularly on banking that you're looking for?
6:30 होने में भी 1 घंटा बचा हुआ है. अभी भी देखोगे मार्केट थोड़ा सा रुक जैसा गया है ऑलमोस्ट. नेचुरल गैस काइंड ऑफ रेंज पर ही है. ठीक है, हाई लेवल पे आता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं इस तरीके से. थोड़ा सा हाई लेवल पे अगर मिले, ऑलरेडी किसने सेल किया तो अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो. हाई लेवल पे मिलेगा तो वापस सेल करेंगे. नीचे आ जाता है तो फिर नीचे सपोर्ट जोन रहेगा. यहाँ कहीं बाइंग का वापस प्लान करेंगे 322 23 के अराउंड. क्रूड को देखोगे तो रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आई थी. ये सपोर्ट कल वाला ही है, बट ये मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है. कल भी काफ़ी देर रुकने के बाद गया था. ब्रेकडाउन हुआ नहीं है तो कोई सेल मत कर देना अभी. मार्केट इज स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट. WSL इन द सेंस ऑफ वीक सपोर्ट लेवल है ये. दिस इज वीक सपोर्ट लेवल. थोड़ा बहुत अभी भी सब ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए होल्ड कर रहा है लेवल. अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हो गया लेवल के नीचे तो फिर सेल करेंगे, नहीं तो अभी भी मार्केट रुका हुआ है. अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट होता है प्राइस का बिलो 6526 तो फिर देखते हैं. Okay, 6528 27 26 इस लेवल के नीचे अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा ये कुछ इस तरीके से, तभी सेलिंग करेंगे. उससे पहले सेल मत कर देना. बाकी तब तक ये सपोर्ट ही है, रुका हुआ है प्राइस सपोर्ट पर ही. वीक हो चुका है इसलिए कुछ खास बाइंग आ नहीं रही और बहुत मोमेंटम भी बहुत स्लो है. बट स्टिल या इट इज ऑन सपोर्ट. वीक है बट सपोर्ट है. तो ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा 6526 के नीचे इस तरह से, तभी सेल होगा, नहीं तो मत सेल करना. यहाँ पर कोई अगर बाइंग में है या फिर जाएगा तो भाई थोड़ा रिस्की है ट्रेड, बिकॉज लेवल वीक है, पहले बता चुका हूँ. नेचुरल गैस में भी दो प्रोबेबिलिटी है, अब या तो ये नीचे आ जाए एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट के अराउंड वहाँ बाई करें, या फिर थोड़ा सा ऊपर अपर लेवल की ओर जाए वापस, इस तरीके से फिर सेल करें इसको। अगर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग क्लोजिंग आती है 331.5 के नीचे एक 15 मिनट की कैंडल की, तो यहीं से गिर जाएगा। बाकी जब तक इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है तो कह सकते हो ये एक छोटा सा प्राइस सपोर्ट की तरह रुक रहा है इस लेवल पे। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। Any closing below this candle will give a further selling, otherwise थोड़ा ऊपर जा सकता है इस तरीके से, फिर थोड़ा सा हायर लेवल से सेल करेंगे। ये आज कोई डेटा भी नहीं है शेड्यूल, इसका भी ध्यान रखना। देयर इज़ नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की मीटिंग चल रही है, वही कंटिन्यू है स्टिल। बाकी कोई भी डेटा अभी नहीं है, कोई न्यूज़ या फिर किसी का स्टेटमेंट आ गया तो हो सकता है इम्पैक्ट हो, अदरवाइज देयर इज़ नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। कोई मेजर डेटा नहीं है शेड्यूल। पेट्रोल गैस में एक रिस्की ट्रेड बन तो रहा है, बट अब 6 PM भी हो चुका है, 6:30 पे कोई बड़ी कैंडल बन गई तो चेक कर रहा हूँ अब, या तो ये कैंडल इस लेवल के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज करे इस तरह से और फिर नीचे आ जाए लाइक दिस, या फिर अगर इसको पुल बैक देना है तो ये यहाँ तक एक छोटा सा पुल बैक दे और फिर सेलिंग में आए। तो देखो एक प्लान रखते हैं, अगर ऊपर मिलता है मार्केट फिर से इस बार थोड़ा हायर लेवल से सेल करेंगे क्योंकि लोअर एंड से बाइंग ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है। ये एक ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे, कोई नया सपोर्ट बन जाएगा तो देखा जाएगा। बाकी देखो एक रिस्की ट्रेड है अगर बाइंग साइड पे प्लान कर रहे हो, थोड़ा सा रिस्की रहेगा। इफ़ यू वांट टू टेक इट गो विथ अ वेरी स्मॉल क्वांटिटी, थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे समझना है इसको। मुझे बस 6:30 वाली कैंडल का ही थोड़ा डर लग रहा है क्योंकि सेलिंग इतना रुक रुक के आती नहीं है नॉर्मली, थोड़ी फास्ट ही आती है सेलिंग। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी बहुत पास में ही है, तो एक बार हो सकता है मार्केट ऐसा हिट कराने जाए ऊपर, ऐसा हिट करा के फिर गिरे डाउन साइड की और लाइक फ्रॉम हेयर। बाकी अगर ये कैंडल इसके नीचे क्लोज हो जाती है तो 332.2 यहाँ नीचे क्लोज आती है तो फिर डायरेक्टली आ जाना चाहिए। तो ये देखा जाएगा ऊपर जब जाएगा प्राइस, वी विल सी दैट। ये ट्रेड थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे समझना, टारगेट बड़ा लगा रखा है इसलिए। नेचुरल गैस का 6:30 कैंडल पे ज़्यादा कुछ खास ना हो, फिर थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल पे एसएल जाएंगे तो फिर देखेंगे। बाकी याद रखना अगर ये एसएल इसका चला गया तो फिर ऊपर नहीं आने वाला, फिर तो ये सीधा ही चला जाएगा डाउन साइड पे। तो ये थोड़ा सा एक रिस्की ट्रेड इन नेचुरल गैस। ठीक है, बहुत पास पास बना दिए हैं सपोर्ट ना, एक्चुअली सपोर्ट यहाँ पर है, रेजिस्टेंस भी ये है, तो अब किसी ना किसी साइड के एसएल जाने जरूरी है। या तो यहाँ पर सेलर्स के एक बार एसएल हिट करे फिर नीचे आए, या फिर ये बायर्स की हिट करा के नीचे डायरेक्टली आ जाए। वैसे लॉजिकली देखा जाए तो हमें सिर्फ दो ही जगह पे ट्रेड लेना चाहिए, या तो यहाँ पर सेलिंग साइड का या फिर यहाँ बाइंग साइड का, इसलिए थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे समझना है इस ट्रेड को, क्वांटिटी कम रखना। इसको साइड कर दो, ज़्यादा ही रुक रहा है। बाकी क्रूड में अभी ब्रेकडाउन हुआ नहीं है तो उसमें सेलिंग कर नहीं सकते, अभी स्टिल वेट करना होगा। राहुल देवरा जी कॉल कर रहे हैं तो प्लीज़ व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज छोड़ दीजिए, स्क्रीन पे नंबर दिया हुआ है उस पर। अभी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर पाऊंगा। आज यूएस मार्केट ओपन है तो वॉलेटिलिटी एक्सपेक्ट रहेगी 6:30 एंड 8 PM यूएस मार्केट एंड न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग पे। देवरा जी ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा तभी सेल करेंगे, क्रूड में डायरेक्टली नहीं कर सकते। ब्रेकडाउन 6525 के नीचे इस तरह से। बाकी लिखा हुआ है WSL वीक सपोर्ट लेवल है, तो बाइंग अगर करी है तो थोड़ा वीक ही मान के चलना लेवल को। स्टिल होल्डिंग द सपोर्ट, अभी भी किया तो है, पकड़ा हुआ है लेवल को, बट मुझे लगता नहीं 6:30 के बाद ही शायद थोड़ा बड़ा वॉल्यूम आ जाए मार्केट में। कभी भी ऐसा हो तो कहीं कहीं पर कोई लेवल थोड़ा सा रिस्की वाला हो जाए तो वहाँ पर टारगेट बड़े रख लो, ऐसे तो जितना है उतना रखना ही पड़ेगा, टारगेट बड़े रख सकते हो उस केस में, सो दैट अगर ऐसा जाए तो छोटा जाए, टारगेट मिले तो बड़ा मिले, या फिर अवॉइड कर सकते हो, दूसरा कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है वहाँ पे। देख रहे हो यहीं पर रुक रहा है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे नेचुरल गैस, पक्का एक ना एक साइड के एसएल जरूर जाएंगे, बायर या सेलर। सेलर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया है वहां से सेल करने में लगे पड़े हैं, सपोर्ट पे प्राइस रुका हुआ है, बायर्स वो भी ब्रेक नहीं होने दे रहे हैं। है तो रेजिस्टेंस हाई लेवल पे। सिक्स 30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होती है। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आज नहीं आती सर, वेनेसडे को आती है, बट इस बार वेनेसडे को भी नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है शेड्यूल्ड थर्सडे को आई थिंक। कल तो कोई डेटा नहीं है, कल भी कोई डेटा नहीं है, कल भी वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की मीटिंग है, लास्ट डे है कल, दावोस स्विट्जरलैंड में। थर्सडे को है शायद क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, यस क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री थर्सडे, और नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी उसी दिन है। मंथ 31st को शायद आई थिंक। हाँ 30 को है ना, 30 की रात, अच्छा 30 को मतलब 29 की इवनिंग पर है ये। 29 वेनेसडे की रात को आई थिंक, मतलब वो 30 की अर्ली मॉर्निंग हो गई। उस दिन एफओएमसी रेट कट का डिसीजन भी आएगा, ध्यान रखना। उसी दिन यूएस का जीडीपी का डेटा भी है शाम को, एडवांस जीडीपी का डेटा क्वार्टर बेसिस पे। तो नेक्स्ट वीक आपका इम्पोर्टेंट डेटा है फॉर गोल्ड सिल्वर एंड ऑब्वियसली क्रूड पे भी थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ता ही है जीडीपी का डेटा का, यूएस के जीडीपी का डेटा का। भी करते रहो गाइस, 50 people आर वाचिंग। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन यू कैन आस्क इन द कमेंट बॉक्स। I'll just wasting the time at support.
a circular economy different from recycling?
A circular economy is more systemic and ambitious than a linear one. Most recyclable products in a linear economy ultimately get downgraded into waste. But in a circular economy, no new material input is needed. That leads to less waste and ultimately reduced costs. The linear economy often leads to a system that is inefficient and costly and depletes natural resources. A byproduct of this is material waste, which takes up space and may include contaminants, threatening biodiversity. But still making a production cycle fully self-sufficient is virtually impossible. Some new input will always be necessary. Some waste will always be created. Building a circular economy also requires high upfront costs. And some say a circular economy will only ultimately delay the negative environmental effects of the linear economy. Consumers are largely responsible for pushing organizations towards the circular economy and can get companies to invest in more circular supply chains. For example, SC Johnson & Son and Unilever are developing refillable packages for cleaning products and laundry detergents. Governments also have a hand, making cross-border commitments and developing action plans to move toward a more circular economy. So slowly we're seeing people become more and more conscious, and they are challenging the sustainability of the linear economy model.
With a strong sun and abundant winds, Chile has some of the best conditions for renewables.
It hasn't been easy capitalizing on this, though. Exporting clean electricity is still challenging. Enter green hydrogen. It can be stored and shipped and also burns without releasing harmful gases. It's produced using an electrolyzer to split hydrogen and oxygen in water, all running on renewable electricity.
I'm in Haruoni. The plant not only uses a wind turbine and electrolyzer to make green hydrogen, but it also synthesizes the hydrogen with captured CO2. The eventual product, gasoline, or a substance that's virtually identical to the fuel that can go directly into your cars.
The stakes are high not only for owner HIF Global and its international partners, but also for Chile's government.
Because of the places in which green hydrogen is going to be produced, it brings a promise of change to communities that are really affected by climate change.
Chile now has 41 green hydrogen projects in the south and north of the country. Those are regions with high-quality winds and solar radiation and host oil and coal industries that are now dying out. Some warn, however, that the effort to go green could backfire. Environmentalists are concerned about large wind farms in the migratory paths of about 60 bird species, not to mention sea life that could be affected by more maritime traffic. A much larger facility in Patagonia is already facing challenges getting an environmental permit.
At a time when confidence is fragile on Chile's stability and commitment to open markets, the leftist government will need to walk a fine line to achieve its environmental goals and also attract global investments.
On the next episode of Hello World, I meet a rocket engine building legend.
When Elon came, he said, hey, I need an engine guy. They recommended me.
Who naturally likes to go fast.
How many tickets have you got? Quite a few.
Watch Hello World Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals or 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV.
Do you have a view on whether digital currency authorized by a government is a good thing or not? And do you think the United States is going to be at the leadership of that or following other countries?
It depends. So the benefits of a digital currency backed by a government are potentially greater ease of execution of transactions and greater visibility. If you use the central bank digital currency to intrude upon the privacy of the individual citizen or to eliminate the role of the retail or high street bank from the financial system, then there are potentially very significant implications. That could be a consequence of a central bank digital currency.
Things like solar or wind, it's nice and environmentally friendly, but really is not going to produce enough energy to really replace oil and gas in my lifetime, I assume, right?
Well, not by itself. So let me just say, solar and wind are critical components. You need
This is going to be sort of a collective effort with a lot of different technologies that are each going to come in and take their piece. But we do a breakthrough. We look at technologies that could produce half a gigaton, remove half a gigaton of carbon a year. And the way to think about that number is we have to remove, say, 100 half a gigatons, a year in terms of what we have to replace.
What do you think is the most common mistake investors make when they have 100,000, a million, or whatever they might have? What is the most common mistake you have observed that investors make?
I would say hubris and thinking you know more than you do, because every decision that you make has many, many layers. So as you're creating a portfolio, look at the risk as well, not just excited about the return.
And what's the best investment advice anybody's ever given to you?
Continue to learn about innovation in whatever you do, because that is where it's not exciting, that's where returns will go.
From the world
6:30 होने वाला है, आधा घंटा और बचा हुआ है. क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल होल्डिंग दैट सपोर्ट, अभी ब्रेकडाउन नहीं किया है. नहीं टू सी यहीं पर टाइम स्पेंड करता है या फिर 6:30 के बाद थोड़ा मूव करता है. जो लोग बाइंग में हैं थोड़ा संभल के रहना. ये ऑलरेडी कल बहुत डीप लेवल पे सपोर्ट लिया था, अभी उसी लेवल पे रुका हुआ है स्टिल. भले ही टारगेट बड़ा रख लेना ऊपर तक का डे हाई, बट अपने एसएल को थोड़ा और क्वांटिटी को संभाल के. बाकी अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करता है तो वापस सेल करेंगे बिलो 6525. Just wasting the time. Natural gas, crude oil. नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे वो भी होल्ड करके बैठ गया वहीं पे. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से नीचे सपोर्ट है एक साइड के. देखो एसएल हिट जरूर होने चाहिए तभी मूव कर पाएगा. या तो ऊपर एसएल हिट करे पहले बायर्स के, फिर सेलिंग में आए इस तरह से, ये एक ऑप्शन है. या फिर यहाँ पर बायर्स के एसएल सेलर्स के एसएल ऊपर हिट करके नीचे गिरे, या फिर यहाँ पर बायर के एसएल हिट कर दे, अब जो पहले एक्सपेक्ट किया था डायरेक्टली नीचे आ जाए, इस तरह से मूव हो. बहुत रेंज बाउंड मोमेंटम में है, बट एक्सपेक्ट है 6:30 के बाद मोमेंटम. 6:30 के बाद मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड है आफ्टर न्यूयॉर्क सेशन. ये पूरा ही ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन है इसलिए रुका हुआ है. तो बिफोर 6:30 अगर कोई ओपन पोजीशन में है तो अपने एसएल को ट्रेल कर लेना कॉस्ट पे. डोंट टेक द रिस्क बिफोर 6:30 कैंडल. एक बार 6:30 की 15 मिनट की कैंडल क्लोज हो जाएगी, थोड़ी सी पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगी. ओके, लाइक भी करो गाइस. 30 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है.
Since 2019. In 2023, it topped $100 million. But the prize fund still lags far behind what men compete for on the PGA Tour. The inequality hits hardest at the lower end of the money list.
Clearly, we want the top players to continue to make a great living playing. These are the very best in the world. But we also then dig in and say, okay, what's the 50th best player in the world making? And what did she make last year? I've asked Kathy to run numbers many times to say, okay, tell me where we are exactly during the middle of the season, at the end of the season.
That 100th player, our goal would be to obviously have that player make considerable amount of prize winnings. And we're going to work really hard to do that. Having said that, we do need to continue to focus on ways to provide opportunities so that 100th best player can cover those costs that it takes for them to be out here on the golf course. That's hiring a caddy, that's travel, that's strength coaches. We're helping to provide stipends for health insurance or create a tour-wide health insurance program. Ability to create more discounts for travel, for hotel and car and all those things that really cost them a lot.
I think the sophisticated analysts will be looking at this industry, and as our revenues start to get in the billions of dollars, I think that you'll see a wave of companies go public. Whether we will or not, there's a big responsibility when you're a public company. And I tell people, we're a public company already. The scrutiny that you're under in running a sports team is, I think, much higher than a public company CEO has to live with.
I think what we found is the leagues have opened up to new pools of capital. Over the last year or two, both the NBA and NHL have allowed professional investors to come in, not as individual owners, but as funds. So that's a whole new pool of capital that didn't exist before. Sort of shows a whole new asset class opening up for professional sports, not just teams, but professional sports enterprises.
What do you worry most about your economy in Greece? When you look at tourism, it's booming, but it also means some of the islands are overcrowded.
Exactly.
Is there something that you can do about that?
Thank you for asking this question, because I want to make sure that, in 5 years from now, we will not have sacrificed, the beauty of our sort of natural environment at the interest of a very rapid growth. So that's why I'm really focusing on sustainable growth. That's why I will always push for quality over quantity. Very strict in terms of standards. We are actually looking at our local and regional sort of planning legislation across the country to make sure that we know exactly what we can build and where we can build it. There are parts of Greece which have reached saturation point, and if we have to place restrictions, we will.
What was the difference between what a 2-degree world looked like and what a 1.5-degree world? And the catastrophe to the planet between those two poles led everybody to conclude that actually the job is bigger. We have to go to net zero. And that's a transformation of the global economy on the size and scale that's never occurred in human history.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
गोल्ड को भी देखोगे ना गाइस, गोल्ड भी बिल्कुल अपने बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट रेजिस्टेंस पर के पास ही है. रिसेंटली देखोगे 2-3 बार यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, तो ये भी कहीं बड़े ब्रेकआउट की तैयारी में लग रहा है. ऊपर 2007 से 732 सॉरी 731 से 733 ये एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है, और उसके बाद फिर 2742 से 2743. बट ये लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गए. अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो गए तो मोमेंटम काफ़ी अच्छा आ जाएगा. क्योंकि अब लोअर लो बन नहीं रहे. ऊपर से देखोगे ना, मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली लोअर लो बना के आ रहा था इन लेवल पे. लास्ट जो सेलिंग आई है बहुत ही स्मॉल है, मतलब वैसे देखा जाए तो बड़ी दिखेगी 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, बट ओवरऑल चेक करें तो कोई बहुत बड़ी सेलिंग नज़र नहीं आती है. सिर्फ 12 या 13 पॉइंट ही रेजिस्टेंस से सेल आया है. तो अगर ब्रेकआउट हो गया ऊपर 2733-34 के ऊपर, तो 2742-43 वहीं पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है. वैसे तो वो भी टेस्टेड है, बट थोड़ा बहुत रुकना वहाँ पर ही चाहिए प्राइस को 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग. बाकी मेरे अकॉर्डिंग सबसे अच्छा जो रेजिस्टेंस मुझे दिख रहा है 2751 50 to 52 वेरी ग्रेट रेजिस्टेंस 15 मिनट. ओके 6:30 होने वाला है गाइस. ये कैंडल और इसके बाद सिर्फ एक कैंडल और है. आफ्टर दैट 6:30 की कैंडल ओपन हो जाएगी. थोड़ा सा अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो, कहीं पर भी होगा. क्रूड में बाइंग में हो, कोई मोमेंटम तो आ नहीं रहा है. क्रूड में भी सपोर्ट पे जरूर है, बट अटक गया वहीं पर, टाइम वेस्टिंग चल रही है. सो पुट द एसएल ऑन सिस्टम. सेम नेचुरल गैस में भी जो लोग पहले सेलिंग में थे वो लोग भी अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लेना। अगर ये नीचे ब्रेक डाउन कर गया 332 के नीचे तो ब्रेक डाउन रिटेस्ट पे ये अच्छा मूव कर जाएगा 330 320 122। बाकी जो लोग बाइंग में है यहाँ पर से ऊपर अभी भी एसएल लेने गया नहीं है बायर्स सेलर्स के ये, तो वो लोग भी एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। अगर ऊपर चला जाए यहाँ तक ट्रेलिंग एसएल चला जाएगा सेलर्स का, फिर मेन एसएल हिट कराने जाएगा, फिर वहाँ से वापस सेल करेंगे। जो ऑलरेडी सेलिंग में वो लोग तो अपना एसएल ट्रेलिंग ही करके रखना, क्योंकि एक ना एक साइड के एसएल जाने जरूरी है तभी कुछ मोमेंटम आएगा, नहीं तो ये रेंज बना के मार्केट साइडवे चला जाएगा। 630 कैंडल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। प्राइस टेकिंग द रेजिस्टेंस अगेन, ये पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है अभी भी, जो रीटेस्ट के तौर पे है एक्चुअली। देखते हैं पहले किस साइड के एसएल निकलते हैं, बायर्स के या फिर सेलर्स के। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 6:30।
or a substance that's virtually identical to the fuel that can go directly into your cars.
The stakes are high not only for owner HIF Global and its international partners, but also for Chile's government.
Because of the places in which green hydrogen is going to be produced, it brings a promise of change to communities that are really affected by climate change.
Chile now has 41 green hydrogen projects in the south and north of the country. Those are regions with high-quality winds and solar radiation and host oil and coal industries that are now dying out. Some warn, however, that the effort to go green could backfire. Environmentalists are concerned about large wind farms in the migratory paths of about 60 bird species, not to mention sea life that could be affected by more maritime traffic. A much larger facility in Patagonia is already facing challenges getting an environmental permit.
At a time when confidence is fragile on Chile's stability and commitment to open markets, the leftist government will need to walk a fine line to achieve its environmental goals and also attract global investments.
On the next episode of Hello World, I meet a rocket engine building legend.
When Elon came, he said, hey, I need an engine guy. They recommended me.
Who naturally likes to go fast.
How many tickets have you got? Quite a few.
Watch Hello World, Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg.
क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू फिलहाल तो साइडवेज हो रखा है पूरा। दिस इज कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज। अगर ब्रेकडाउन हो जाता है नीचे 6526 के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट, तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड अच्छा बन सकता है। नीचे सपोर्ट है फिर 6430 440 के अराउंड, वहां से बाइंग वापस कर सकता है। बाकी अगर यहाँ से बाइंग आ जाती है अपर लेवल की ओर, तो फिर ऊपर हमारे पास डे हाई एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है। ये थोड़ा सा वीक हो चुका है कल, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी डीप लेवल से सपोर्ट मार्केट ले चुका है, तो अब उस वजह से 50-50 चांसेस वाला लेवल है अभी बाइंग के लिए। ब्रेकडाउन हो गया तो ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे सेलिंग तो आ ही जाएगी। खैर हो गया इस अपना एसएल गॉस का ट्रेल कर लेना कहीं पर भी हो तो, अगर क्रूड में या फिर नेचुरल गैस में। सेल मत करना क्रूड में जब तक ब्रेकडाउन नहीं होता। 6525 के नीचे ही ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट कंसिडर किया जाएगा, तब तक ये सपोर्ट पे ही होल्ड है। सपोर्ट 10 minute left. इकोनॉमिक फोरम से वहां से अभी फिलहाल के लिए ऐसा कुछ है तो नहीं, स्टेटमेंट आ रहे हैं बट लाइक आई थिंक यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट वहां पर अभी ज्वाइन करेंगे शायद आज या कल, मुझे पता नहीं, आज ही करेंगे शायद। लाइव वहां जाने वाले नहीं है, लाइव करेंगे तो नीड टू सी, कुछ वो बड़ा स्टेटमेंट अगर दे दे उसका हो सकता है इम्पैक्ट हो। DeepMind expects clinical trial for AI designed drugs this year. Very big news.
Place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new
Which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology.
मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी रीजन, इंडियन मार्केट की बात कर रहे हो क्या? बैंक निफ्टी वॉलेटिलिटी था, एक्सिस बैंक का रिजल्ट आया था, उसके वजह से एक्सिस बैंक गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ, गिरता ही चला गया। बैंक निफ्टी में उसका इम्पैक्ट था। बाकी बैंक निफ्टी रेजिस्टेंस पे भी था, मैंने कल ही बताया था आप लोगों को। बैंक निफ्टी अपने 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम की भी रेजिस्टेंस पे था, 15 मिनट पे भी रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस ही बना हुआ था। कल भी हिट करके थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग आ गई थी, मार्केट आज भी उसी लेवल पे ओपन हुआ था, वहाँ से सेलिंग ही चल रही थी। बीच में वो पुल बैक जो आया था वो सडन था, बट सेल ऑफ जो आया था मेनली एक्सिस बैंक वन ऑफ द रीजन। बाकी ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट था थोड़ा सा रिलायंस पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट देगा, बट ऐसा हुआ नहीं, क्योंकि कल यूएस इनॉग्रेशन जो हुई थी वहाँ उसके बाद कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हुआ नहीं। रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री के शेयर पे ओपनिंग जरूर गैप अप हुई थी रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री में, शेयर की बात करें तो, बट उसका गिरता ही चला गया, रुका ही नहीं। More adjust Reliance Industries price target to 1600। अच्छा कल की न्यूज है, from 1725। ओके गाइस 5 मिनट रह गए, ट्रेल कर लेना एसएल। रिजल्ट्स भी अच्छे नहीं आए थे, गैप अप के बाद गिरता ही जा रहा है पिछले 3 दिनों से। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे भी देखोगे तो प्राइस एक्शन कुछ अच्छा तो है नहीं, थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्टेड है नीचे आता है प्राइस। तो बढ़िया रहेगा डाउन साइड पे अराउंड 1270 से लेकर 1260 के बीच में, वो एक सपोर्ट बन सकता है डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे। बाकी अगर यहाँ नहीं रुकता इस रेंज पे डेली टाइम फ्रेम, तो फिर आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो जो प्रीवियस सपोर्ट था 1230 के आसपास, वहीं रुकेगा। वैसे तो वहां पर 2-3 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका, बट देर इज नो अदर ऑप्शन, दोज आर द ओनली लेवल्स। एक्यूमुलेट करना चाह रहे हो तो 1260 1250 के आसपास एक्यूमुलेट कर सकते हो। 2 मिनट लेफ्ट। नेचुरल गैस देखो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे आ गया, निकलना चाह रहे हो तो निकल जाओ इसमें सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड, सॉरी ये बाइंग वाले ट्रेड से। बाकी अगर ये लेवल के ऊपर ही क्लोज करता है, 332 के ऊपर ही क्लोजिंग आती है और नेक्स्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनाता है, तो वापस बाइंग करेंगे, नहीं तो फिर सेलिंग में ही आएगा डेफिनेटली। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से ले चुका है, वहाँ के एसएल नहीं गए, तो डेफिनेटली यहाँ पर थोड़े बायर्स बचे हैं, उनके एसएल हिट कराने के लिए जरूर जाएगा प्राइस। ठीक है, कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे अगर निकलना चाह रहे हो तो निकल सकते हो यहाँ पे। कैंडल अगर वापस क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे आ गई 332 के ऊपर, तो नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे देखेंगे। अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनती है तो बाई करेंगे, नहीं बनती है तो फिर लेट इट गो, जाने देने नीचे को। बाकी ऊपर सेलर्स भी अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे ही रखे रहना, नेक्स्ट कैंडल का वेट करते हैं। हाँ ओके ठीक है। अभी भी नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा नेगेटिव हो जाए, both level are good। Okay, 1 minute left। Yeah, sure। नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग तो बेरिस ही रहा है, अब यहाँ से सेलिंग डायरेक्टली आ जाए या फिर थोड़ा एसलेट करके आए, बात एक ही है। बुलिस मुझे तब तक नहीं लग रहा जब तक ये 345 के ऊपर नहीं निकलता, या फिर सपोर्ट पे आ जाए तो बाइंग आ सकती है। कि न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो गया है ऑलरेडी। ओके, ठीक है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नेचुरल गैस, क्रूड कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे नेचुरल गैस नीचे ही आए अब 320, 323, 322 के आसपास। यहाँ कहीं फिर बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट की जाएगी। हाँ श्योर, वो तो दोनों पे ठीक है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे भी नेचुरल गैस पे ना लेवल सेम ही रहेंगे। या कैंडल यहाँ क्लोज हो गई ना ऑलरेडी, पुल बैकअप सेलिंग ही है वहाँ पे। नहीं, बीच में एंट्री नहीं। सेल नहीं कर सकते, बीच में थोड़ी ना एंट्री करेंगे। नेचुरल गैस अगर ऊपर से सेल किया हुआ है तो ही बने रहो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के। यहाँ पर निकल गए हो गए आई होप सो ये बाइंग वाले ट्रेड से। वापस अगर ऊपर जाएगा तब रेजिस्टेंस पे कहीं सेल करेंगे, या फिर डायरेक्टली नीचे आ जाए तो बेटर है। ये कोई एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट नहीं है, बट यह पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था, एसएलेट कराने के लिए पुल बैक चाहिए था। तो बीच में एंट्री नहीं होती है। आएगा नेचुरल गैस में देखेंगे। level, yeah, very small. Yep.
The job is bigger. We have to go to net zero. And that's a transformation of the global economy on the size and scale that's never occurred in human history.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, the big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
So how is a circular economy different from recycling?
A circular economy is more systemic and ambitious than a linear one. Most recyclable products in a linear economy ultimately get downgraded into waste. But in a circular economy, no new material input is needed. That leads to less waste and ultimately reduced costs. The linear economy often leads to a system that is inefficient and costly and depletes natural resources. A byproduct of this is material waste, which takes up space and may include contaminants, threatening biodiversity. But still making a production cycle fully self-sufficient is virtually impossible. Some new input will always be necessary. Some waste will always be created. Building a circular economy also requires high upfront costs. And some say a circular economy will only ultimately delay the negative environmental effects of the linear economy. Consumers are largely responsible for pushing organizations towards the circular economy and can get companies to invest in more circular supply chains. For example, SC Johnson & Son and Unilever are developing refillable packages for cleaning products and laundry detergents. Governments also have a hand, making cross-border commitments and developing action plans to move toward a more circular economy. So slowly we're seeing people become more and more conscious, and they are challenging the sustainability of the linear economy model.
With a strong sun and abundant winds, Chile has some of the best conditions for renewables. It hasn't been easy capitalizing on this, though. Exporting clean electricity is still challenging. Enter green hydrogen. It can be stored and shipped and also burns without releasing harmful gases. It's produced using an electrolyzer to split hydrogen and oxygen in water, all running on renewable electricity. Amin Haruoni, the plant not only uses a wind turbine and electrolyzer to make green hydrogen, but it also synthesizes the hydrogen with captured CO2. The eventual product, gasoline, or a substance that's virtually identical to the fuel that can go directly into your cars. The stakes are high not only for owner HIF Global and its international partners, but also for Chile's government.
Because of the places in which green hydrogen is going to be produced, it brings a promise of change to communities that are really affected by climate change.
Chile now has 41 green hydrogen projects in the south and north of the country. Those are regions with high-quality winds and solar radiation and host oil and coal industries that are now dying out. Some warn, however, that the effort to go green could backfire. Environmentalists are concerned about large wind farms in the migratory paths of about 60 bird species, not to mention sea life that could be affected by more maritime traffic. A much larger facility in Patagonia is already facing challenges getting an environmental permit. At a time when confidence is fragile on Chile's stability and commitment to open markets, the leftist government will need to walk a fine line to achieve its environmental goals and also attract global investments.
On the next episode of Hello World, I meet a rocket engine building legend.
When Elon came, he said, hey, I need an engine guy. They recommended me.
Who naturally likes to go fast.
How many tickets have you got? Quite a few.
Watch Hello World Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals or 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV.
You have a view on whether digital currency authorized by a government is a good thing or not? And do you think the United States is going to be at the leadership of that or following other countries?
It depends. So the benefits of a digital currency backed by a government are potentially greater ease of execution of transactions and greater visibility. If you use the central bank digital currency to intrude upon the privacy of the individual citizen or to eliminate the role of the retail or high street bank from the financial system, then there are potentially very significant implications. That could be a consequence of a central bank digital currency.
Things like solar or wind, it's nice and environmentally friendly, but really it's not going to produce enough energy to really replace oil and gas in my lifetime, I assume, right?
Well, not by itself. So let me just say, solar and wind are critical components. This is going to be sort of a collective effort with a lot of different technologies that are each going to come in and take their piece. What we do at Breakthrough, we look at technologies that could produce half a gigaton, remove half a gigaton of carbon a year. And the way to think about that number is we have to remove, say, 100 half a gigatons. a year in terms of what we have to replace.
What do you think is the most common mistake investors make when they have 100,000, $1 million, or whatever they might have? What is the most common mistake you have observed that investors make?
I would say hubris and thinking you know more than you do, because every decision that you make has many, many layers. So as you're creating a portfolio, look at the risk as well, not just excited about the return.
And what's the best investment advice anybody's ever given to you?
Continue to learn about innovation in whatever you do, because that is where it's not exciting, that's where returns will go.
From the world of politics.
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of power.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with two more potentially to come. I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
Julie Swinehart took me on a walking tour into the future.
This is going to become the true entrance to Fenway Park, and that's part of the attractiveness of this project is the age-old recipe of increasing dwell times, bringing fans to the park, bringing in businesses, maintaining what's here and preserving some of the historic nature of what you see around you, but making it even more accessible, making it more fan-friendly.
The annual prize money pool in LPGA tournaments has grown 50% since 2019. In 2023, it topped $100 million. But the prize fund still lags far behind what men compete for on the PGA Tour. The inequality hits hardest at the lower end of the money list.
Clearly, we want the top players to continue to make a great living playing. These are the very best in the world. But we also then dig in and say, okay, what's the 50th best player in the world making? And what did she make last year? I've asked Kathy to run numbers many times to say, okay, tell me where we are exactly during the middle of the season, at the end of the season.
That 100th player, our goal would be to obviously have that player make considerable amount of prize winnings. And we're going to work really hard to do that. Having said that, we do need to continue to focus on ways to provide opportunities so that 100th best player can cover those costs that it takes for them to be out here on the golf course. That's hiring a caddy, that's travel, that's strength coaches. We're helping to provide stipends for health insurance or create a tour-wide health insurance program. Ability to create more discounts for travel, for hotel and car and all those things that really cost them a lot.
I think the sophisticated analysts will be looking at this industry, and as our revenues start to get in the billions of dollars, I think that you'll see a wave of companies go public. Whether we will or not, there's a big responsibility when you're a public company. And I tell people, we're a public company already. The scrutiny that you're under in running a sports team is, I think, much higher than a public company CEO has to live with.
I think what we found is the leagues have opened up to new pools of capital. Over the last year or two, both the NBA and NHL have allowed professional investors to come in, not as individual owners, but as funds. So that's a whole new pool of capital that didn't exist before. Sort of shows a whole new asset class opening up for professional sports, not just teams, but professional sports enterprises.
What do you worry most about your economy in Greece? When you look at tourism, it's booming, but it also means some of the islands are overcrowded.
Exactly.
Is there something that you can do about that?
Thank you for asking this question, because I want to make sure that in 5 years from now, we will not have sacrificed, the beauty of our sort of natural environment at the interest of a very rapid growth. So that's why I'm really focusing on sustainable growth. That's why I will always push for quality over quantity. Very strict in terms of standards. We are actually looking at our local and regional sort of planning legislation across the country to make sure that we know exactly what we can build and where we can build it. There are parts of Greece which have reached saturation point, and if we have to place restrictions, we will.
What was the difference between what a 2-degree world looked like and what a 1.5-degree world? And the catastrophe to the planet between those two poles led everybody to conclude that actually the job is bigger. We have to go to net zero. And that's a transformation of the global economy on the size and scale that's never occurred in human history.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
So how is a circular economy different from recycling?
A circular economy is more systemic and ambitious than a linear one. Most recyclable products in a linear economy ultimately get downgraded into waste. But in a circular economy, no new material input is needed. That leads to less waste and ultimately reduced costs. The linear economy often leads to a system that is inefficient and costly and depletes natural resources. A byproduct of this is material waste, which takes up space and may include contaminants, threatening biodiversity. But still making a production cycle fully self-sufficient is virtually impossible. Some new input will always be necessary. Some waste will always be created. Building a circular economy also requires high upfront costs. And some say a circular economy will only ultimately delay the negative environmental effects of the linear economy. Consumers are largely responsible for pushing organizations towards the circular economy and can get companies to invest in more circular supply chains. For example, SC Johnson & Son and Unilever are developing refillable packages for cleaning products and laundry detergents. Governments also have a hand, making cross-border commitments and developing action plans to move toward a more circular economy. So slowly we're seeing people become more and more conscious, and they are challenging the sustainability of the linear economy model.
With a strong sun and abundant winds, Chile has some of the best conditions for renewables.
It hasn't been easy capitalizing on this, though. Exporting clean electricity is still challenging. Enter green hydrogen. It can be stored and shipped and also burns without releasing harmful gases. It's produced using an electrolyzer to split hydrogen and oxygen in water, all running on renewable electricity.
I'm in Haruoni. The plant not only uses a wind turbine and electrolyzer to make green hydrogen, but it also synthesizes the hydrogen with captured CO2. The eventual product, gasoline, or a substance that's virtually identical to the fuel that can go directly into your cars.
The stakes are high not only for owner HIF Global and its international partners, but also for Chile's government.
Because of the places in which green hydrogen is going to be produced, it brings a promise of change to communities that are really affected by climate change.
Chile now has 41 green hydrogen projects in the south and north of the country. Those are regions with high-quality winds and solar radiation and host oil and coal industries that are now dying out. Some warn, however, that the effort to go green could backfire. Environmentalists are concerned about large wind farms in the migratory paths of about 60 bird species, not to mention sea life that could be affected by more maritime traffic. A much larger facility in Patagonia is already facing challenges getting an environmental permit.
At a time when confidence is fragile on Chile's stability and commitment to open markets, the leftist government will need to walk a fine line to achieve its environmental goals and also attract global investments.
On the next episode of Hello World, I meet a rocket engine building legend.
When Elon came, he said, hey, I need an engine guy. They recommended me.
Who naturally likes to go fast.
How many tickets have you got? Quite a few.
Watch Hello World Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals or 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV.
Do you have a view on whether digital currency authorized by a government is a good thing or not? And do you think the United States is going to be at the leadership of that or following other countries?
Today Nifty 200.1 candle up and down. I think वो 11:30 वाली कैंडल की बात तो नहीं कर रहे हो? कैंडल की बात कर रहे हो तो मार्केट 15 मिनट में 5 मिनट में तो पता नहीं क्या हुआ था फ्यूचर में। याद रखना निफ्टी का जो प्रीमियम मूव करता है स्पॉट का वो फ्यूचर के अकॉर्डिंग करता है, स्पॉट के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं। स्पॉट में वो कैंडल आपको दिखेगी भी बहुत बड़ी, बट वो फ्यूचर में उस तरह की कैंडल नहीं बनी है। फ्यूचर में वो थोड़ा सा ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के अपसाइड क्रिएट हुआ था, then it is fall again from resistance exactly. क्रूड साइडवेज ही चला गया सपोर्ट पे कंप्लीटली, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना ब्रेक डाउन हो रहा है, इट इज साइडवेज कम सपोर्ट। निफ्टी का वैसे देखोगे 15 मिनट में ब्रेकडाउन हो गया, कल अगर गैप अप ओपन हुआ या ऊपर जाता है तो 23,180 190 रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर सकता है।
We want the top players to continue to make a great living playing. These are the very best in the world. But we also then dig in and say, okay, what's the 50th best player in the world making? And what did she make last year? I've asked Kathy to run numbers many times to say, okay, tell me where we are exactly during the middle of the season, at the end of the season.
That 100th player, our goal would be to obviously have that player make considerable amount of prize winnings. And we're going to work really hard to do that. Having said that, we do need to continue to focus on ways to provide opportunities so that 100th best player can cover those costs that it takes for them to be out here on the golf course. That's hiring a caddy, that's travel, that's strength coaches. We're helping to provide stipends for health insurance or create a tour-wide health insurance program. Ability to create more discounts for travel, for hotel and car and all those things that really cost them a lot.
I think the sophisticated analysts will be looking at this industry, and as our revenues start to get in the billions of dollars, I think that you'll see a wave of companies go public. Whether we will or not, there's a big responsibility when you're a public company. And I tell people, we're a public company already. The scrutiny that you're under in running a sports team is, I think, much higher than a public company CEO has to live with.
I think what we found is the leagues have opened up to new pools of capital. Over the last year or two, both the NBA and NHL have allowed professional investors to come in, not as individual owners, but as funds. So that's a whole new pool of capital that didn't exist before. Sort of shows a whole new asset class opening up for professional sports, not just teams, but professional sports enterprises.
What do you worry most about your economy in Greece? When you look at tourism, it's booming, but it also means some of the islands are overcrowded.
Exactly.
Is there something that you can do about that?
Thank you for asking this question, because I want to make sure that in 5 years from now, we will not have sacrificed, the beauty of our sort of natural environment at the interest of a very rapid growth. So that's why I'm really focusing on sustainable growth. That's why I will always push for quality over quantity. Very strict in terms of standards. We are actually looking at our local and regional sort of planning legislation across the country to make sure that we know exactly what we can build and where we can build it. There are parts of Greece which have reached saturation point, and if we have to place restrictions, we will.
What was the difference between what a 2-degree world looked like and what a 1.5-degree world? And the catastrophe to the planet between those two poles led everybody to conclude that actually the job is bigger. We have to go to net zero And that's a transformation of the global economy on the size and scale that's never occurred in human history.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, the big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
So how is a circular economy different from recycling?
A circular economy is more systemic and ambitious than a linear one. Most recyclable products in a linear economy ultimately get downgraded into waste. But in a circular economy, no new material input is needed. That leads to less waste and ultimately reduced costs. The linear economy often leads to a system that is inefficient and costly and depletes natural resources. A byproduct of this is material waste, which takes up space and may include contaminants, threatening biodiversity. But still making a production cycle fully self-sufficient is virtually impossible. Some new input will always be necessary. Some waste will always be created. Building a circular economy also requires high upfront costs. And some say a circular economy will only ultimately delay the negative environmental effects of the linear economy. Consumers are largely responsible for pushing organizations towards the circular economy and can get companies to invest in more circular supply chains. For example, SC Johnson & Son and Unilever are developing refillable packages for cleaning products and laundry detergents. Governments also have a hand, making cross-border commitments and developing action plans to move toward a more circular economy. So slowly we're seeing people become more and more conscious, and they are challenging the sustainability of the linear economy model.
With a strong sun and abundant winds, Chile has some of the best conditions for renewables.
It hasn't been easy capitalizing on this, though. Exporting clean electricity is still challenging. Enter green hydrogen. It can be stored and shipped and also burns without releasing harmful gases. It's produced using an electrolyzer to split hydrogen and oxygen in water, all running on renewable electricity.
Amin Haruoni, the plant not only uses a wind turbine and electrolyzer to make green hydrogen, but it also synthesizes the hydrogen with captured CO2. The eventual product, gasoline, or a substance that's virtually identical to the fuel that can go directly into your cars.
The stakes are high not only for owner HIF Global and its international partners, but also for Chile's government.
Because of the places in which green hydrogen is going to be produced, it brings a promise of change to communities that are really affected by climate change.
Chile now has 41 green hydrogen projects in the south and north of the country. Those are regions with high-quality winds and solar radiation and host oil and coal industries that are now dying out. Some warn, however, that the effort to go green could backfire. Environmentalists are concerned about large wind farms in the migratory paths of about 60 bird species, not to mention sea life that could be affected by more maritime traffic. A much larger facility in Patagonia is already facing challenges getting an environmental permit.
At a time when confidence is fragile on Chile's stability and commitment to open markets, the leftist government will need to walk a fine line to achieve its environmental goals and also attract global investments.
On the next episode of Hello World, I meet a rocket engine building legend.
When Elon came, he said, hey, I need an engine guy. They recommended me.
Who naturally likes to go fast.
How many tickets have you got? Quite a few.
Watch Hello World Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals or 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV.
Do you have a view on whether digital currency authorized by a government is a good thing or not? And do you think the United States is going to be at the leadership of that or following other countries?
It depends. So the benefits of a digital currency backed by a government are potentially greater ease of execution of transactions and greater visibility. If you use the central bank digital currency to intrude upon the privacy of the individual citizen or to eliminate the role of the retail or high street bank from the financial system, then there are potentially very significant implications. That could be a consequence of a central bank digital currency.
Things like solar or wind, it's nice and environmentally friendly, but really is not going to produce enough energy to really replace oil and gas in my lifetime, I assume, right?
Well, not by itself. So let me just say, solar and wind are critical components. This is going to be sort of a collective effort with a lot of different technologies that are each going to come in and take their piece. But we do a breakthrough. We look at technologies that could produce half a gigaton, remove half a gigaton of carbon a year. And the way to think about that number is we have to remove, say, 100 half a gigatons, a year in terms of what we have to replace.
What do you think is the most common mistake investors make when they have 100,000, a million, or whatever they might have? What is the most common mistake you have observed that investors make?
I would say hubris and thinking you know more than you do, because every decision that you make has many, many layers. So as you're creating a portfolio, look at the risk as well, not just excited about the return.
And what's the best investment advice anybody's ever given to you?
Continue to learn about innovation in whatever you do, because that is where it's not exciting, that's where returns will go.
From the world of politics.
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of power.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue. He's no longer trying to run away from
that. Really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
We're going to be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
Julie Swinehart took me on a walking tour into the future.
This is going to become the true entrance to Fenway Park, and that's part of the attractiveness of this project is the age-old recipe of increasing dwell times, bringing fans to the park, bringing in businesses, maintaining what's here and preserving some of the historic nature of what you see around you, but making it even more accessible, making it more fan-friendly.
The annual prize money pool in LPGA tournaments has grown 50% since 2019. In 2023, it topped $100 million. But the prize fund still lags far behind what men compete for on the PGA Tour. The inequality hits hardest at the lower end of the money list.
Clearly, we want the top players to continue to make a great living playing. These are the very best in the world. But we also then dig in and say, okay, what's the 50th best player in the world making, and what did she make last year? I've asked Kathy to run numbers many times to say, okay, tell me where we are exactly during the middle of the season, at the end of the season.
That 100th player, our goal would be to obviously have that player make considerable amount of prize winnings. And we're going to work really hard to do that. Having said that, we do need to continue to focus on ways to provide opportunities so that 100th best player can cover those costs that it takes for them to be out here on the golf course. That's hiring a caddy, that's travel, that's strength coaches. We're helping to provide stipends for health insurance or create a tour-wide health insurance program. Ability to create more discounts for travel, for hotel and car and all those things that really cost them a lot.
I think the sophisticated analysts will be looking at this industry, and as our revenues start to get in the billions of dollars, I think that you'll see a wave of companies go public. Whether we will or not, there's a big responsibility when you're a public company. And I tell people, we're a public company already. The scrutiny that you're under in running a sports team is, I think, much higher than a public company CEO has to live with.
I think what we found is the leagues have opened up to new pools of capital. Over the last year or two, both the NBA and NHL have allowed professional investors to come in, not as individual owners, but as funds. So that's a whole new pool of capital that didn't exist before. Sort of shows a whole new asset class opening up for professional sports, not just teams, but professional sports enterprises.
What do you worry most about your economy in Greece? When you look at tourism, it's booming, but it also means some of the islands are overcrowded.
Exactly.
Is there something that you can do about that?
Thank you for asking this question, because I want to make sure that in 5 years from now, we will not have sacrificed, the beauty of our sort of natural environment at the interest of a very rapid growth. So that's why I'm really focusing on sustainable growth. That's why I will always push for quality over quantity. Very strict in terms of standards. We are actually looking at our local and regional sort of planning legislation across the country to make sure that we know exactly what we can build and where we can build it. There are parts of Greece which have reached saturation point.
All your observability, security, and business data in seconds. And we store it all in Grail, a data lakehouse purpose-built to deliver answers and intelligent automation, not just more data on glass.
Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
The World Economic Forum is underway in Davos, Switzerland, and top of mind is Trump's return to the White House as business leaders and policymakers plan for the next 4 years. Jennifer Schomburger is on the ground with a look at some of the international reaction that we're seeing to Trump's inauguration. Jennifer, what are you hearing?
Hi, Shauna. Here on the ground at the World Economic Forum in Davos, global policymakers and executives are reacting to President Trump's policies. JP Morgan executive Mary Erdos spoke this morning on a panel. I asked her how JP Morgan is viewing Trump's policies, from tariffs to tax cuts and the potential economic impact. She told me that JP Morgan has set up a war room and that folks have been up all night analyzing the potential impact on the economy. She says that JP Morgan thinks his policies will create a, quote, very pro-business environment. She told a panel that animal spirits are alive and that the bank is confident that the new Trump administration will take a lighter regulatory touch to banks, something they say will unleash lending and economic growth. Meanwhile, both China and Europe struck a conciliatory tone when it came to trade. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said when it comes to global trade, quote, a lot is at stake for both sides. She said Europe's first priority will be to engage early, discuss common interests, and be ready to negotiate. She says we will be pragmatic, but we will protect our own interests. Given that Trump has said that he will scale back U.S. support of Ukraine, she said that Europe will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. Meanwhile, China's vice premier said that imminent trade wars and an ongoing tug of war for and against globalization is something that is taking hold, and that he hopes that, quote, the sun will break through the clouds. He is calling for cooperation to create a stable environment, saying that protectionism leads nowhere. Trade wars have no winners. Meanwhile, a Chinese economist from the London School of Economics spoke this morning at the forum, and she said she believes that China's response to U.S. tariffs may actually be more muted given the state of China's economy. Guys?
Jennifer, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And for more from Davos, stay with us on Yahoo Finance. We will have the Cloudflare CEO, Matthew Prince, joining us live during Catalysts today. One of President Donald Trump's first policies on day one was to officially establish the new Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, saying in his inauguration address the department will, quote, restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, end quote. Joining us now on this, we've got Doug Holtz-Eakin, who is the American Action Forum president and former director of the Congressional Budget Office from 2003 to 2005. Doug, thanks so much for taking the time here with us this morning. What can DOGE realistically get done from your assessment?
Well, I think this is a very interesting development. For months now, we've been hearing about DOGE, and it was really just a couple of outsiders opining on what the federal government should look like. Didn't really have any authority. With this executive order, the president has essentially renamed the United States Digital Service and given it a task. The narrow task appears to be to modernize technologies in the federal government. Seems like a sensible task for an Elon Musk. And there is language in there that says it will not have any budgetary authority. It will not step on the turf of the Office of Management and Budget, which will be the regulatory domain. So DOGE seems to have a fairly narrow mission in this executive order, and it's nothing like the sort of grand schemes that we've been hearing.
So when it comes to, I guess, the effect of DOGE, has that then very much, it's safe to say, been overstated? And I guess going back to what Brad just said, just in terms of how to be a little bit more realistic maybe about what might come out from that, what should investors then have on their radar?
I have been for quite some time a DOGE skeptic because they don't really have any authority. And what they have is the bully pulpit. Elon Musk and previously Vivek Ramaswamy talking about what would be a good idea for OMB to do, what would be a good idea for the Congress to do, but nothing that they could actually do. This now looks to be a much smaller bully pulpit. So I don't expect to see DOGE deliver anything dramatic in terms of the scale of government spending. The claims of losing $2 trillion from the federal budget don't seem realistic to me. And quite frankly, the Office of Management and Budget has a great track record from the president's first time in office on controlling regulatory costs. I expect to see that again, but that won't depend on DOGE. So, look for a pro-business environment that is driven by a light regulatory touch and, some control over budgetary outlooks, but not from DOGE.
What does light regulatory touch and perhaps the baseline expectations for regulatory instances or regulatory reform even in the way of thinking under the Trump administration 2.0 look like from your seat?
So the magic the first time was to just tell agencies, look, here's how much of a burden you can impose on the private sector in a given year. And that's a regulatory budget. And most of the budgets were zeros or negative numbers. And I was quite skeptical they could do that, but they were very successful in hitting those targets. I expect them to do the same thing again. Give the Department of Interior, the Department of Energy, the Department of Health and Human Services a budget that says you can do regulations as needed, but the total cost can't be bigger than X. And if it gets bigger, you have to take something else off. And so the light touch comes from the agency being really incentivized to find old regulations that are costly to businesses, but which aren't delivering anything, and pull them out. That was they were really making great successes on that front when he was in office the first time. I expect to see more of that this time around.
Doug, when it comes to some of the priorities here from the Trump administration, they're trying to get a tax deal done very early, just historically speaking, just in terms of how quickly they want to move on that. You're also talking about the debt ceiling. They want to get that extended. I guess how, not to use the word realistic again, but how likely is that, just given the very narrow margins that we do see right now within Congress and some of the pushback that we could see even from those within his own party?
I think you've said it quite clearly. I mean, this is really hard. They have to first pass budget resolutions in the House and Senate and then agree on what they look like. That will take some time, and the margins are narrow. You have to run the table. Then they have the actual reconciliation bill itself, which will have to go through the House and Senate, and they'll have to agree on what it looks like. And again, margins are very tight. You have to run the table, and you have to get some real divisions, especially in the House, somehow resolved in order to get essentially a unanimous vote out of Republicans to pass that. That doesn't sound like something that happens quickly. The debt limit, that timetable is not under their control. They're going to have to do it when it becomes an imperative. There's no question about that. They're also going to have to fund the government. By the way, the Senate's going to be busy confirming nominees. And so there's a lot of work to be done. And it looks to me like the optional part, the tax bill, which is in reconciliation, is going to get pushed to the back of the line on a number of occasions.
Doug, how likely is it that we see the party actually disrupt itself then on the way to what has been promised on the campaign trail? Because now, even given the red sweep that we had seen during the general election, there's more of a thinking around, okay, where will there be continued combined consensus among the party, or where will some members break along the way to reaching some of the goals that had been set forth or at least communicated to voters?
I think it would be a mistake to believe that Republicans are a unified bloc on any policy issue. That's never the case. It's not true for Democrats either. And so they're going to have to mediate differences. On the campaign trail, no one talks about differences. We're all on the same team. We're going to do this. We can do it fast, enact the president's agenda. But what happens to the cap on state and local taxes, for example? Does it stay the same? Many people want it to go up. That's a very costly item. Not everyone wants to have bigger deficits. How do you compensate for that? When you get down to the details, the differences emerge. And to get through the House, especially with tight margins, they're going to have to find ways to get everyone on board, and that's going to be a hard task. That's literally the nuts and bolts of legislating, which is very different than campaigning.
Doug, always great to get your insight. Douglas Holtz-Eakin, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Before we head to break, let's get a quick check of the markets. You got futures rising across the board for the three major averages. We're going to have much more coverage coming up ahead on Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's 9 a.m. here in New York City on this Tuesday morning. Welcome to Yahoo Finance's flagship show, The Morning Brief. I'm Shauna Smith alongside Brad Smith, and let's get you guys the 3 things that you need to know today.
Good morning, everyone. First up, Donald Trump sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
The golden age of America begins right now. I will declare a national emergency at our southern border to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. We will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate. We are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. Will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. America will be respected again and admired again.
Within hours of the inauguration, the president started signing a flurry of executive actions, from declaring a national emergency at the southern border to leaving the Paris Climate Agreement and delaying the enforcement of the TikTok ban.
Plus, stock futures pointing to a higher open. Investors relieved to see an overall softer than expected tone from Trump on tariffs early in the day. However, we did see some volatility following his comments from the president.
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada. I think February 1st. I think we'll do it February 1st.
And crypto is under pressure this morning. The market was expecting to hear some kind of pro-crypto policy announcement from the president, and that failed to materialize. Bitcoin is pulling back after hitting a record high on Monday. As we head into the first trading day of Trump's second term as president, our own Josh Schaefer is here with a look at the top 3 economic issues that investors should be watching. Josh, what are you watching and what should investors be paying attention to?
Yeah, Brad, so I kind of broke this into just like 3 key things that we're watching this week, right, that could impact stocks kind of in the short term here. And I think it breaks into really just markets reacting to Trump, as you guys were just sort of laying out. We saw the dollar ease off a little bit, as we've talked about, perhaps less tariffs coming in than we initially thought. We also have seen bond yields start to come down in the last week. Is that going to continue, right? Are we going to see this continued lowering in rates as we talk about the different variations of Trump's policies? Or does some of the things that Trump says and Trump actually puts into action give us a rise in rates? And we know that's been a key headwind for stocks over the last couple of weeks. And sort of the last thing here, guys, that I think is key is right now we've been pacing pretty well with earnings. It's very, very early in earnings season. But after most of the financials reported, S&P 500 earnings have been doing slightly better than expected. That's been a good story for the market. The key question is whether or not the market can really focus on that right now, right? I think Citi equity strategist Scott Kroner put it well in a note to clients. He said short-term markets will have to contend with building fiscal, trade, and monetary policy uncertainty, even if earnings reports are solid. Putting it simply, guys, there's a lot going on right now that is not just company earnings. We have a Fed meeting next week as well. Feels like a lot of macro where we're not going to really maybe be focused on the micro of earnings. So perhaps maybe a little bit of a unsteady start to President Trump's second term in office for the markets.
Lots of uncertainty here ahead. All right, Josh, great stuff. Thanks. Well, the era of Trump 2.0 has begun, and though risks of reigniting inflation do persist, President Trump is inheriting a U.S. economy that's in pretty good shape. On his first day in office, President Trump injected some uncertainty into that backdrop, though, signing the most day one executive orders in recent history. Joining us now, we want to bring in Mohammed El-Arian. He is the president of Queens College at Cambridge University, also chief economic advisor at Allianz, also alongside market domination co-host Julie Hyman. Mohammed, it's great to have you back here on Yahoo Finance. I'd love just to get your first reaction just in terms of some of the market implications, economic implications from the executive orders that were signed yesterday.
Thanks for having me on. The market wanted to treat yesterday like drops Friday or the CPI date, which is an event risk, and you get the information and you move on. What the market is realizing is that this is much more dynamic. This will go on for a while. And you mentioned what happened in the FX market. That was fascinating because on the first set of trade-related comments, the dollar weakened quite a bit. Then we got the second set a few hours later, And the Mexican peso depreciated, the Canadian dollar depreciated, and the dollar regained half of what it had lost. So the message is this is not a one-day event risk, both upside and downside. This is something that's going to remain with us. So far, the market likes what it has been hearing, but it's early days.
Mohammed, your point is well taken. This is just the beginning of what could be a long 4 years for the markets. In the next, say, 100 days, obviously that's usually a period that people watch closely. What are you going to be watching most closely? What's going to be most pivotal for markets?
So 5 areas. Some we know already. So energy is really important. And that we've heard a very clear message from the president about drilling. Immigration is a second issue because that impacts the labor market. And to what extent are we going to see the repatriation of illegal immigrants? And how does that impact the labor market? So that's the second one. Trade, of course. And we are early days. If anybody in China or Europe is relieved, I tell them just wait. It's early days. So we need to see what happens on tariffs, deregulation, and fiscal. So 5 areas, all of which have a significant impact on earnings, on the economy, and will influence how the market behaves.
Mohammed, you recently wrote in the Financial Times about many things, among them that one of the things that propelled Donald Trump to this second term as president is sort of the economic dispersion in the United States. The idea that the economy, as we showed coming into you, is on pretty good footing, but it did not benefit everyone equally. From what we have seen from this administration in the first day and from what you're expecting, do you think that's going to change? Do you think that the measures that Donald Trump is expected to implement are going to go to the heart of that issue that got him into office?
Yeah, I mean, the issue of dispersion, or what a lot of people call the K-shaped economy, where the rich are doing better, but the poor continue to struggle, that was very well understood by President Trump. And that is the reason why the electorate didn't appreciate the economic exceptionalism that everybody talks about, that is strong U.S. growth, because the benefits of that growth were not shared widely. And if you're at the bottom of the household income distribution, you've run down your pandemic savings, you've maxed out your credit cards, and you're insecure, you're financially insecure. President Trump understood this much better than the Democrats. The Democrats were never able to address that issue in a manner that allowed them to get credit for the overall economic performance. So there's full awareness in the Trump administration of this issue. There's a promise that they will address it, and that's why the details of the fiscal are going to be so important, as will other parts of the policy. But it is fully understood by President Trump because it has helped propel him back to the White House.
And so what we've heard, Mohammed, is that there will be a golden age of America. Will that golden age of America then extend into the income cohorts that have not felt like they've been in a golden age, even if we do see an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in a 2.0 fashion?
It must. If we are going to have a golden age, there has to be better trickle down, and I hate that word, but better trickle down to the low income people. You cannot run an economy with K-shaped characteristics for a long time. Just like at some point, we have to worry about the bad and the ugly of the global economy. You've heard me say this. The good of the global economy is the US. The bad is China. The ugly is Europe. These are the 3 major economic areas. And there's massive divergence as well there. The US is outpacing the other 2. The IMF revised its global economic outlook for 2025. Guess what? It took the US growth rate up by 0.5 percentage points. That's an enormous amount for a large economy. And it took down Germany and France. So these 2 issues are going to be key. One, can he address internal diversion between the rich and the poor? And 2, can he convince China and Europe to get their act together so that we don't get this external dispersion? Because either we're going to level up the global economy or we're going to level down the global economy. And leveling up is a hell of a lot better than leveling down.
Mohammed, what strategies then should investors adopt then in response to that economic divergence? And where does that leave the U.S. relative to the rest of the world?
So I think you need to embrace 3 things. One is volatility. this is going to be a volatile year because of all sorts of things going on. The second is dispersion. Take dispersion seriously. We're going to see it across countries. We're going to see it within countries and also within sectors. And then the third element is to understand that we've gone from an investment approach that was market-based to a second one that was theme-based. And now we're going to much more name-specific based. And that's really important because if you're simply a passive investor, you didn't gain much when we went from market-based to theme-based, but you're going to lose even more when we go from theme-based to name-specific.
So that implies then that this needs to be an age of more active management, more of a stock pickers kind of environment?
Yeah, in a perfect world, it's much more active manager. It's much more name-specific. If you can, and many cannot, you should combine public with private opportunities. In private opportunities, you can structure exposures much better. So this is going to be increasingly building portfolios from the bottom up and not just from the top down.
And what does it imply? You were just talking about how the U.S. is still on the strongest footing. There has been some increasing chatter, though, about whether investors maybe should be looking elsewhere, either to developed or emerging markets. For example, this morning in the Wall Street Journal's Heard on the Street column, they talked a lot about valuations and the gap between the U.S. and the rest of the world is at an unusually wide level, right? And maybe that creates some opportunities. Do you think that's how investors should be thinking about it also?
Julie, I'll give you the same answer I've been giving you for years. It will be at some stage, but it's not now. There's a reason why we've had this valuation gap. The U.S. is a much more dynamic economy. Its growth is outpacing other major markets. It controls more of its destiny. It's not as vulnerable, Europe, for example, to energy issues. It's not as vulnerable to emerging markets, to currency moves. And then finally, ask yourself, who is investing in the growth drivers of tomorrow? Who is seriously taking AI, life sciences, defense, healthcare? Most of the investment in that is happening in the US. Why? Because it's led by a handful of large companies that are US companies. So when I look at all this, yes, valuation differences are large, but I suspect they'll get larger before we start having the convergence trade that people have been calling for, as you know, for years now, and it hasn't been a good call.
Mohammed, you mentioned the active management, the perhaps stock picking even of some of the winners and themes that investors should be leaning further into. But does that, and after we had seen some of the tech CEOs that had exposure in one form or another to generative AI and their companies' investments there, does that mean that there's going to be a deceleration in the type of return that we see from some of the generative AI or AI-focused companies that have had a lot of capital to deploy and investors being able to just kind of set it and forget it into those stocks?
So I think we're still looking at positive returns, but not as positive as what we've seen. There's an old phrase that a friend of mine at PIMCO used to say, you can't go to heaven twice on the same deed. So, the markets have understood the amount of innovation going on. They've understood how impactful that's going to be for productivity. And there's been a ton of money that has gone there. So it's become a bit of a crowded trade. However, it still has upside. And I think more generally, we've had 2 years of returns of over 20% for the S&P. I think we have to be realistic that it's not often that you get 3 years of over 20%. I think the prospects are still good, but we shouldn't be hostage to 2 exceptional years.
Mohammed, I also want to ask a little more about the U.S. dollar. Because obviously, as you mentioned, currencies have been very reactive to the headlines about tariffs. And sort of underlying that, or in the background, is this debate about, is a strong dollar better or worse for the U.S.? I guess I would ask you, what does strong dollar mean? What is the magic level for where the dollar should be, that it sort of balances the pros and the cons?
So you know that at some point, the dollar can be too strong, because you start getting the implication. First, it erodes domestic competitiveness. And because of that, it becomes a political issue. Second, strong dollars tend to break things elsewhere, particularly in emerging markets, who have borrowed in dollars but generate income in local currency. So they have what's called the original sin. And the stronger the dollar gets, the more they have to generate and the harder they find it to generate. And the list goes on. So what we'd like to have is a stable dollar, but getting there means that other countries have to get their act together. If Europe continues to lag, if China continues to lag, then the pressure will be on the dollar to get stronger. So ultimately, the key issue is going to be for China and Europe to do the sorts of reforms that they need in order to grow at a faster rate, and then take off the pressure, which is pushing the dollar stronger.
Mohammed, how do you see market sentiment evolving then, given the risk and maybe the likelihood then of that stronger dollar?
It's ultimately going to be a race between the realities of what President Trump inherits and the extent to which certain policies could make things more complicated. For example, tariffs will push the dollar stronger. Against, on the other side, something that the markets have embraced for good reason, which is his deregulation and liberalization approach. So it's going to be a race to see which of the two sides. The market right now are betting on the deregulation and liberalization horse. They think that this horse will outpace the others, and we will see how that plays out.
And Mohammed, finally, just quickly, given all that we've been talking about, on balance, is this presidency of Donald Trump a greater risk or benefit to the market and to the economy?
It is seen as a greater benefit because it is seen as unleashing business, and unleashing U.S. business. So I buy that. I understand why the markets are so enthusiastic, but we shouldn't underestimate that he inherits some pretty difficult issues. We talked about internal and external diversion. We haven't even talked about geopolitics and the extent to which that really hasn't impacted markets, hasn't impacted the economy because of the strength of the U.S. economy. But geopolitics are out there. So he inherits challenges, but the market clearly is betting on him unleashing U.S. business in a way that not only will secure a better outcome for the U.S., but will attract capital and have sort of a leverage effect in terms of benefits.
Mohammed, thanks so much for taking the time here with us before the opening bell this morning. We really appreciate it. And thank you, Julie Hyman, host of Market Domination, for joining us this morning as well. Thanks. Coming up on Morning Brief, everyone, we count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street. Plus, we have a slew of earnings out this morning. Oh, yeah, those still happen. And Netflix coming out after the bell. We'll break down those trending tickers. We'll discuss that and much more on Morning Brief.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
President Trump threatening 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada by February 1st. If enacted, it could be problematic for America's car makers who manufacture a significant number of their vehicles from these two nations. Here to discuss, we want to bring in Tom Narayan. He's RBC Capital Markets Global Autos lead equity analyst. Tom, it's great to see you again. Once again, we're talking about tariffs, and I bring this up just in the context of what we heard yesterday, because maybe it's safe to say it's a bit more hawkish than maybe what many have been expecting, at least when it comes to Canada and Mexico off the bat. How was the auto industry responding this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think it was going to be expected, right? We saw the similar type of language the first Trump administration, very hawkish early on, set the stage, art of the deal, whatever you want to call it. One thing that was interesting is it was pushed to February. There was some language earlier on that it would happen first day, that kind of thing. So I think the fact that it's pushed to February gives us some inclination of probably this is a negotiating tactic. The impact on the auto industry, the U.S. auto industry, would be so bad that, this is probably more of negotiating. If you look at the language also of the speeches, etc., there were more language around China, H-1B visa, these types of topics.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज चला गया, सपोर्ट पर ही है, स्टिल कोई ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट नहीं हुआ है. मार्केट स्टिल होल्डिंग दैट सपोर्ट एरिया. ब्रेकडाउन करने की कोशिश जरूर करी थी 715 की कैंडल ने, बट बाकी वापस रिकवर कर गया, कोई रीटेस्ट वगैरह हुआ ही नहीं. तो इट इज स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट. लेट्स सी ऊपर ही जाता है या फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा तभी सेल करना, अदरवाइज सेलिंग है नहीं. मार्केट ऑलमोस्ट कह सकते हो साइडवेज है सपोर्ट पे, और कोई नया लेवल भी बना नहीं है, तो वी नीड टू वेट फॉर या तो कोई नया लेवल बने. गोल्ड के लेवल अभी बनाते हैं. गोल्ड के लेवल बता दिए थे शायद, आई थिंक नहीं बताए थे क्या? गोल्ड देखो ब्रेकआउट कर चुका है, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस, अच्छा दूसरे चार्ट पे बनाया है, ठीक है, ब्रेकआउट ही कर रहा है ऑलमोस्ट. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस 274142 के अराउंड है, वहीं पर एक एक्सपेक्ट करना 2743-44 के अराउंड. बाकी नीचे आता है तो 2724-23 के आसपास एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना. यहाँ पर भी ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, बट वो रीटेस्ट करेगा तब करेगा बाइंग, नहीं तो नीचे सपोर्ट है वहीं पर एक एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे बाइंग वापस. नेचुरल गैस 1815 की कैंडल एफईजी है 1815. की कैंडल, हाँ यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बना है ये. नेचुरल गैस देखो थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल पे आता है तो एक वापस सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे. ऊपर है तो रेजिस्टेंस आनी, तो इसमें सेलिंग ही चाहिए. बाकी ये सपोर्ट नहीं था, एक पुल बैक का एरिया था, उतना भी पुल बैक दिया नहीं. तो नीचे आता है तो नीचे 320 221 के आसपास बाइंग या फिर अपर लेवल पे जाता है तो यहाँ कहीं एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। दो लेवल हैं जहाँ से भी सेलिंग आती है इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। क्रूड को भी देखेंगे कुछ नया लेवल क्रिएट हो। ये सपोर्ट जरूर है बट किसने बाइंग करके रखा है तो अलग बात है, अदरवाइज यहाँ पे मेरे साइड से कोई ट्रेड नहीं है। अभी तक आनी होती है तो बाइंग आ जाती है, फिर ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट हो जाता। कैंडल लेवल के नीचे ब्रेक कर चुकी है तो अब ये लेवल तो कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते। नेक्स्ट कैंडल, इस कैंडल की क्लोजिंग का देखते हैं एक बार, नेक्स्ट कैंडल कहाँ क्लोज होती है। नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल 6590 के ऊपर कहीं क्लोज होती है तो फिर वी विल सी दैट। टेस्ला का लेवल टेस्ला का ही बता देते हैं। लेट्स सी द टेस्ला। फिफ्टीन मिनट में ही बताना होगा ना टेस्ला का भी। इस ओवर स्क्रीन स्क्रीन पे लगाया तो है। टेस्ला की बात कर रहे हो ना? काफी बड़ी सेलिंग आई है, ओपन होते ही 8 पीएम के कैंडल पे डायरेक्टली गिर गया। पुल बैक आता है तो 15 मिनट में सेल कर सकते हो 426 के अराउंड टेस्ला को 15 मिनट में। तो गैप अप गैप डाउन कुछ ज़्यादा ही हुआ है रिसेंट टाइम में, तो कोई ऐसा एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट तो नहीं है। रेजिस्टेंस ही बना हुआ है, ब्रेकडाउन हो गया है सपोर्ट तो इट बिकम अ रेजिस्टेंस इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। क्रूड ऑयल साइडवेज ही पड़ा हुआ है सपोर्ट पे। इसमें रीटेस्ट ही है और कुछ तो है नहीं 15 मिनट में। इन टेस्ला में वैसे वो रीटेस्ट भी हो चुका है, तो देयर इज नो दैट काइंड ऑफ वेरी गुड सपोर्ट। रीटेस्ट पे रुकेगा तो रुकेगा 391 के आसपास। बीच में एफईजी था बट वहां पर काफी रुका हुआ है, तो नीचे ही आना चाहिए अब, या तो फिर अगर रीटेस्ट के लिए चला जाए तो। ठीक है, तो फिलहाल यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है, 2-3 बार पहले भी रुक चुका है, यहाँ पर हो सकता है फिर से रुके। ये ऊपर जाता है, यहाँ कहीं सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो, नीचे आता है रीटेस्ट जोन है। रीटेस्ट वैसे कर चुका है, तो ध्यान रखना थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का। राइट नाउ इट इज holding this FAG as a support.
the 2.5 quarters of materially softening iPhone demand. So they don't see some of those more constructive catalysts really materializing here, at least in the short term, given some of those longer term concerns that have been plaguing Apple. And then, of course, when you talk about Apple, you talk about some of the tariff discussion, largely expected to be excluded from that. But again, you just have to think about what ultimately means for some of the suppliers and the further diversification that we could see from the tech giant just in terms of where they are sourcing their products.
And we didn't get that clarity yesterday on those Chinese tariffs specifically, which perhaps is also, to your point, adding a little bit of pressure this morning as we continue to wait and see. It is interesting, though. Apple had a tough January in 2024 as well, and then, of course, ended the year up by double digits. So a reminder that we are still in the early phases of 2025 in the trade.
Let's take a look at some of the regional banks, because Schwab this morning is a trending ticker here at Yahoo Finance. That stock rising after beating estimates and reporting record net inflows. Fourth quarter revenue rising by 20%. That put the full year revenue growth just about 4%. You're looking at gains of 6% here in early trading. It certainly has been a mixed picture here for the regional banks so far this earnings season. But again, some of the positive trends that we are seeing within this report, that is what is sticking out to the street here this morning. Jeffrey's out saying that the results actually show, quote, positive trends everywhere and acceleration in organic growth. KBW reiterating its emphasis on meaningful NIM expansion here, net interest margin in 2025. Again, a key catalyst here, not only for Schwab, but obviously a focal point for many of these banks this past earnings season.
It's interesting in the context of this idea that retail is still getting on board with the stock market and kind of jumping in ahead of potential gains to come under Trump 2.0, looking particularly at the beats across the board here. But down the line, you can see this beat in total active brokerage accounts coming in a little bit above estimates, leading to this idea of an increase in those brokerage accounts, getting more users signed up for them, and how that is leading to that broader revenue stream for them. Again, that growth coming in above estimates for the year. And I thought you pointed out the perfect quote here from Jeffrey, saying it points to positive trends everywhere. So not just, in terms of that top line revenue growth, but also across the board, and that acquisition that they're getting from consumers looking for those gains in the market or other things. But, plenty should go around, I guess.
A lot to go around, it sounds like.
The Schwab story. All right, well, coming up, we are breaking down President Trump's first executive actions targeting immigration and the border as well. We'll be right back with that right here on Catalyst.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Bitcoin is the top trender this morning. Bitcoin price is under a bit of pressure now. This comes following President Trump's inaugural address yesterday, where he failed to mention Bitcoin in the speech. Of course, many on the street are waiting for some executive order action when it comes to crypto and the policies there. Yahoo Finance's senior reporter, Alexandra Canal, is closely tracking this. And I guess the good news is we're off the lows that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, we're off the lows and we're still above $100,000 a coin. Now, there has been quite a bit of bullishness when it comes to Trump and the crypto markets. Bitcoin, one of the biggest beneficiaries since Trump's election, but we have seen this bumpy path over the past few months, and the retreat that we're seeing today comes as investors have been hoping for a crypto push in that first wave of executive orders. That didn't happen. You also had the Trump and Melania meme coins that debuted over the weekend, generating significant buzz, billions of dollars worth of value. Since then, it seems like analysts and crypto watchers have been split on how these meme coins could potentially impact the entire industry. On the one hand, it fuels this crypto optimism that we've seen throughout Trump's campaign, that regulatory environment will continue to remain positive. But there's also the risk of these types of coins could undermine the overall credibility of crypto. That being said, though, industry leaders seem to believe that executive orders are coming. But this does speak to the volatility that Trump can often create when his actions don't immediately line up with his rhetoric. So it's going to take some tangible actions, some clear regulations to boost Bitcoin and other cryptos over the long term. So something that investors are clearly keeping a keen eye on.
And it's not the only currency people are keeping an eye on this morning. Of course, the dollar is still under pressure following that inaugural address. What can you tell us about what that indicates about market sentiment?
Yeah, so the U.S. dollar is greatly tied to Trump's tariff policy, and we did not get that broad-based universal tariff hike on day one. That led to a pullback in the dollar from a nearly 2-year high. Trump did say that he's considering a 25% tariff on both Mexico and China beginning February 1st. So tariffs still expected to come, just not at the pace previously anticipated. And again, it's that weighing of Trump's actions with his words. Morgan Stanley pointed to this in a note out this morning, writing that vigilance is warranted as the U.S. policy path could evolve quickly. Now, the reason a strong dollar can be concerning is that it weighs on earnings growth for companies that do business overseas. That often has a ripple effect into the broader stock market. So something to look out for on these calls this earnings season, especially as we're really in the thick of it right now. And it's something a lot of executives are keeping an eye on.
And Ali, you're also closely watching DJT.
Yes.
It's been a beat
Always
of yours
DJT.
over the last several months. Certainly some volatility there with that stock as President Trump takes the White House. What can we expect there, just in terms of how this is going to play out?
Yeah, this is a big TBD factor for me. DJT, it's the parent company of Trump's Truth Social app, and the president has communicated a lot of his plans, his thoughts, even his grievances through this app. So this is likely to be his main form of communication. He has been reinstated on X, and to that point, there have been rumors that maybe X could acquire Truth Social, given Trump's close relationship with Elon Musk. But this is a company that is completely lacking in fundamentals. And now that he's in office, the future is a bit unclear. The stock had previously been viewed as this parameter of Trump's election odds. And currently the performance, it has been pretty steady. It's still trading around the levels that we saw on election day. And I think this speaks to the memification of Trump and his name, whether you think of a stock like DJT or even the meme coins that we were just discussing. But yes, DJT is the big unknown out there, especially when it comes to this stock price. But again, we're still right around those levels that we saw when Trump beat Kamala Harris.
We are. It's going to be fascinating to see how this stock continues to move throughout.
ट्रेड बताओ अच्छा वाला अच्छा क्या होता है ट्रेड होता है नेचुरल गैस आता है नीचे बाइंग प्लान कर सकते हो सपोर्ट अच्छा है क्रूड तो साइडवेज चला गया नेचुरल गैस में नीचे सपोर्ट जोन ही है जहां पर एक बाइंग प्लान करी जा सकती है
focus on inflation that in some ways led to this election result?
It's going to be different by different products. So immigrants have a relatively large footprint in the agricultural industry, for example. So I would absolutely expect a reduction in immigration to result in higher prices of agricultural goods, of the kind of food that you buy at the grocery store. But on the flip side, I can imagine there being reduction in prices where immigrants are demanding fewer goods and services. So immigrants have to have a place to live, and fewer immigrants in this country is going to mean less demand for places to live. That could put downward pressure on rent prices. But then you have to think we're also reducing the labor supply of people who can construct those homes. So it's going to differ city by city and even block by block.
Wendy, as we wrap this up, I'm curious just in terms of your takeaways from day one of the Trump administration, this blueprint maybe that we do have of his approach to immigration, both legal and illegal immigration. What's the big takeaway for investors then at this point of the one thing that they need to keep in mind as we do work through so much of this uncertainty?
I think there's a huge amount of uncertainty for how people are going to react to the images that we no doubt see. For example, I found it incredibly heart-wrenching to see people who had been waiting 6 months for an appointment to apply for asylum, a completely normal and usual thing for someone to be able to do in wanting to come into the United States, and seeing that appointment canceled. To me, that was a heart-wrenching image. We are going to see more and more heart-wrenching images. I don't know how consumer sentiment then evolves as those images get displayed across our media. And that could affect consumer spending. It could affect how we feel about, supporting these policies. Some of these policies might get rolled back. I think we're in for a very bumpy ride.
All right, Wendy, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. We really appreciate your insights.
Yeah, thank you.
Coming up, Cloudflare's CEO Matthew Prince joins the show live from Davos, Switzerland. Got that conversation for you coming up next.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Stocks are higher as investors digest President Trump's first wave of executive orders. Apple under pressure after Loop Capital and Jefferies downgraded shares of the tech giant, citing weaker iPhone sales and that AI didn't boost demand in the U.S. Netflix is set to report its fourth quarter earnings after market close. Wall Street expects strong results after a focus on live events and entertainment, including the Mike Tyson fight, NFL games during Christmas, and the return of Squid Games. And shares of Tempest AI jumping more than 30% to a record high. The medical AI company announced the launch of Olivia, an AI-enabled app that centralizes patient data. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session. Wealth starts now.
Welcome to Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith, and this is Yahoo Finance's guide to building your financial footprint. Our community of experts will give you the tools, tips, the tricks, and the resources that you need to grow your money. Hey, on today's show, it's President Donald Trump's first full day back in office, and he's been getting pretty busy, signing dozens of executive orders. We'll discuss how his new policies could impact the housing market, your taxes, and your budgeting. And are you curious about options trading? We break down the key terms that you need to know to become an informed options trader as part of our Options 101 series. Plus, we touch down in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum for an interview with the CEO of Williams-Sonoma. We'll hear how tariffs could impact prices on their products. All that and much more coming up during today's show. But first, let's dive in on some of the market action. We are 90 minutes into the trading day. Stocks rising one day after Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. Joining me now, we've got Jeremy Bryan, Gradient Investments Senior Portfolio Manager. You tell investors to be careful with playing Trump trades. Walk us through that.
Yeah, for sure. Don't assume that just because something is potentially enacted or even enacted, how the stock market will react to that. And the classic example I give for this is energy. There's a lot of buzz around energy right now, right? Is that there's a national emergency for more production, that kind of thing, an executive order that came through. What I would say is that in 2016, during President Trump's first go-around, there was a lot of buzz around energy there too. And what I would say is what was the worst performing sector during his presidency was energy. And the reason for that wasn't anything he had to do with, is because we suffered a global pandemic during that time. Secondarily, Mr. Biden, the president before or after Trump's first term, was considered pretty negative on energy. What was one of the best performing sectors during his tenure is energy sector. So you have to be careful in assuming that legislative or executive actions consider absolute positives or negatives on the stock market. That is why we always say just be cautious in making that linear adjustment and pivoting portfolios based upon those actions alone.
Certainly. And so all of these things in mind, what do you think will be the biggest themes that continue to play out over the course of the next 4 years based on what's been campaigned on?
Yeah, even based on what's campaigned on is what's going to work regardless of political action. That's kind of where we try to look at these things. And so from our side, we think cybersecurity. We think that is going to be a case whether there's executive actions, whether there's tariffs. One of the things we know is that cybersecurity, and especially with AI as a continued deployment going forward, cybersecurity is going to be either number one or number two priority for investment enterprise tech professionals. So from that side, that's where we would be leaning towards and saying that's an idea we can get our hands around and saying we think this is just going to be bigger over a longer period of time. And the way we're choosing to play that is Palo Alto Networks. We think that company is in the catbird seat with regard to what people need to spend more on, and especially businesses need to spend more on. So those are the kinds of things we're going to look at from the thematic point of view, is cybersecurity, and then AI pivoting from horsepower to software is another component that we're looking at pretty aggressively here, in saying that software deployment and efficiencies created via AI technologies is probably the next wave of iterations. And right now we're investing in the incumbents in there, and that's Salesforce and Microsoft. We think both of those companies are really going to be heavily involved in deploying AI services to their clients in ways that add value to their businesses. And so those are the themes we're really playing from our perspective and saying, regardless of what happens during the Trump trades or the adjustments that are happening in the White House, these are things that are going to be secular growth profiles that people will continue to spend money on.
You know, you mentioned something interesting, and sure, there's what people are spending money on, but then there's also what businesses are spending money on. Cybersecurity aside, where are the other areas that you anticipate that businesses will feel comfortable continuing to deploy capital, even as we've seen them go through their own cost adjustment or expense adjustments in the recent 2 years, as all of the conversations around the dreaded R word and recession have been floating around, and businesses have been trying to make sure that they skirt any impact to themselves?
Yeah, from our side, we really don't see recession as a base case scenario, certainly. Could it happen? Absolutely. We don't see it as a base case scenario. So from our side, it's where our business is going to continue to spend to add efficiency to their businesses. Because we also don't see, our base case scenario was more of a steady to slightly slowing GDP growth profile, especially if we get fiscal initiatives that are government efficiency, if you will, the Doge of government. If that actually entails, that's a hard argument for us to say we're going to have accelerating GDP, because it's difficult to spend when the government is cutting back. So from that side, I think efficiency will be the bigger predominant of 2025 business spending, is how can I make myself still grow my revenue and still grow my earnings while being more efficient. So I think that from that side, it's whatever does bring that about. And so we're really looking at, from a company perspective, the recurring revenue stories, right? Is who gets money under just general circumstances, and it kind of just keeps coming in. And those companies are companies like waste management. We think that people are going to continue to spend on waste management, right? At the end of the day, you have to get your garbage picked up. So those are recurring revenue stories that have pricing power, that they can raise their prices and really doesn't change their business a whole heck of a lot. The other one we're looking at that we like a lot are the payment networks. Again, we think the consumer is going to be relatively okay. As long as jobs hold up, we think consumers will continue to spend. We don't see the current set of debt levels as red line territory at this point right now that's going to stop spending. So if they're continuing to spend, who benefits from that? That's Visa, MasterCard, because they run the rails of consumer spending.
Right. Jeremy, thanks so much for taking the time breaking down some of these picks that we're going to be tracking over the course of the year. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Certainly. Now time for some of today's trending tickers that we're tracking. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Joining me now, we've got my morning brief co-host Shauna Smith here. And we got to start here with Tesla. It's been one of the top trending tickers on the site throughout the day. First up, Tesla reversing earlier gains after President Trump ordered his administration to consider eliminating subsidies and other policies that favor electric vehicles. Tesla and other EV makers falling today. You're seeing Tesla shares down by nearly 3%. Still, Piper Sandler raising its price target on the stock to $500 from $315, saying Tesla remains its number one buy and hold idea here. Want to get your takeaway from this, Shauna, even as we're tracking, of course, what is always a flurry of different headlines around Tesla.
Yeah, I think it's important to put this in context too, right? When you take a look at Tesla's chart over the last 6 months, this is a stock that has climbed over 70%. So we are are seeing a bit of a give back here. Not necessarily a huge surprise. We've heard a number of analysts on the street over the last several months talk about the risk here that we could see the incoming Trump administration, now President Trump, roll back some of these EV mandates, what type of risk this poses not only to Tesla, to the industry at large. Elon Musk even weighing in on this issue on a recent earnings call. He basically said that he does expect to see some sort of impact. He said, I guess there would be, when he was asked about an impact, but he did say that he did not think it will be devastating like it would be to some of the competitors. I think that very much is also reflective of some of the sentiment out on the street as well. We've heard from Wedbush's Dan Ives numerous times talking about the fact that this could potentially be a huge blow to some of the other EV makers, to even some of the traditional automakers at large with their EV ambitions. But when you compare it to Tesla, given the market share, given the size, and given the fact that they don't rely as much on some of these EV incentives, that they will actually be better positioned, that it could actually help them in terms of maintaining that market share that they do have here in the U.S. down the road. So again, a bit of a give back here this morning. We are looking at losses of nearly 3%. But again, it's very important to keep in mind that this is a stock that significantly outperformed, especially when you take a look at that six-month chart with shares up just about 70%.
Yeah, going to be more noteworthy as well to see what some of those EV production targets are that get set for this year, after they fell short of some of the larger expectations, as Elon Musk had 2 million produced vehicles rattling around in the minds of investors and analysts out there last year. We'll see what that 25 goal looks like once we hear a little bit more from the company, once they report earnings. Next up, though, we got to talk about INTC. Intel raised to hold at HSBC. Analysts saying that the worst seems to be behind them for the chip maker, with the stock, its price right now is it's pricing in recent uncertainties. They say the stock price at this juncture, though, up by about 2.4% at this juncture.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd take this as too positive. They say the worst could be behind it. They're not necessarily very optimistic about what the next several quarters, several months are going to look like here for Tesla. Remember, Pat Gelsinger resigning. Also, lots of questions about the strategy and what the evolution of Intel's integrated device manufacturing model, IDM, that 2.0 strategy that we heard from Gelsinger when he was CEO, but also what we have heard from Tesla, what exactly that looks like. HSBC did cite some of those uncertainties within this note. Also, this is a stock that has fallen pretty dramatically from those highs that we have seen. This is a stock that's down nearly 40% off of the peak that we saw going back to July. HSBC now seeing limited downside from these current levels. They're not exactly citing any sort of catalyst that they see on that near-term horizon. So again, they are upgrading this to a hold from reduce. I guess you can conclude that maybe the picture is improving a bit here for Intel, but they certainly have a lot of unanswered questions at this point, and many of those need to be answered before we see a more bullish call coming out from many of these shops.
Absolutely. Shauna, thanks so much for sticking around here, breaking down some of these trending tickers. In the world of options trading, well, guess what? There's plenty of unique terms out there. To help you cut through the noise, we're breaking down the basics and defining some of the most common phrases, sponsored by Tasty Trade. Joining us now, we've got Lucas Downey, co-founder of research platform Map Signals. Great to have you here. Let's start super basic. What are options and why are they something investors should consider? Let's just define that.
Brad, thanks for having me. Options are really what they say. They are options, and they allow you to make a view on a stock. And simply, when you think about options, you're basically buying the right or having the obligation to buy shares at a certain price at a specific time.
So another term that you hear when talking options as well, we know, are the options premiums. So what is the premium? Just break that down.
So options are not free. You have to pay for this right to buy something. Premium is basically the price that you pay for the option. How much is it going to cost you to put this option on?
And then there are two types of options, generally here speaking, and knowing the two types, call options and put options. So let's start with a call option.
Yeah, so a call option, that is giving you the right to buy 100 shares of stock at the strike price at expiration.
And then the other type, a put option.
So a put option is the other side. So that is going to give you the right. So if you buy a put, you are basically getting the right to sell shares at a certain price up to expiration.
So what is the decision tree to know when you would want to trade on an options contract versus just buying, regular plain Jane shares of a stock?
Well, if you want to make a bet on where you think the stock is going to be, so if you're a trader and you're thinking, okay, there's this uncertain thing that's happening, maybe it's earnings, maybe it's worried about the Trump inauguration, right? Instead of going out and spending a lot of money and buying 100 shares of stock, you could put a fraction of that amount of money and have long exposure to the company through a call option. So really just comes down to how much risk you want to take and how confident you are in that trade.
Is there a good kind of rule of thumb or a threshold to know where you should be making sure that your return is perhaps going to outpace the premium that you would be paying for the option?
Yeah, and I think, as it comes to wealth and generating wealth, you probably want to be selling more options as opposed to buying more options. You can look at the volatility of that option, how much is actually priced in from the market, and that can really determine if an option is perceived as cheap or if it's perceived as expensive relative to itself, relative to history, relative to the market. So there's a bunch of factors, but I think at the end of the day, it's got to fit in with what you're trying to accomplish. So if you're selling options to earn premium, that's more of can be a longer term play. If you're really trying to take advantage of a short-term swing, really you want to be playing in cheap options in that type of environment.
Now, within calls and puts, there are a few different types of strategies. You mentioned cash-secured puts, for example. Explain that for us.
Yeah, so this is the way to think about it is a targeted purchase. So if you look at a downside put, if you were to sell that, you'd want to have a cash-secured amount. So that way, if the stock actually closes at expiration below the strike, you want to be able to have enough money set aside to actually own 100 shares of that stock. So basically, you're putting money aside whenever you sell this naked put so that if you are put in, that you're going to be able to buy 100 shares and not run into any problems.
Lucas, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today, breaking down some of these key terms. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brad.
Certainly. Coming up, we're talking how home builders will fare under Trump 2.0 off of the back of results from D.R. Horton. That's next.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to a live special episode of Capital Gains, Yahoo Finance's unique look at how U.S. government policy could impact your bottom line. I'm your host, Madison Mills. We are in the studio today breaking down everything you need to know in Washington following President Trump's inauguration.
The golden age of America begins right now. I will declare a national emergency at our southern border to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. We will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate. We are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. We'll establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. America will be respected again and admired again.
A busy day one for President Trump, signing more than 24 executive orders on everything from energy to immigration policy, with more orders still expected. We'll walk you through everything to know about Trump's day one and how it could impact the path forward for his economic agenda. But before we get into that, let me introduce my co-stars Rochelle Akuvo and Ben Werschgirl. Rochelle and Ben, welcome.
Hey there.
Hi, Maddie.
Great to chat with you guys. I want to start with you, Ben. We're in 24 hours now into this new Trump administration. What's top of mind for you?
Yeah, for sure. We are exactly, as we're speaking now, we are exactly 24 hours because he took the oath of office at about 12:01, 24 hours ago. And I have four things kind of we've learned about Trump these first 24 hours to kick us off. The first is, as you heard in that clip, a sort of a keen focus on two issues. This is something they've been telegraphing, but they went forward it. One is immigration. The second is energy. That was a big focus of Trump's early executives' orders. And energy with the one, obviously, a keen of interest to investors. Pushing really hard on opening up new areas for drilling, cutting regulations that Trump is going to keep on. He's going to keep on with more executive orders, and Congress is also going to address energy issues. The big question around that is whether oil companies need this. The oil prices are already kind of on the lower side, and they're projected to go even lower. So there's a question of whether oil companies will want to take advantage of all these new opportunities they're being given. The third one is tariffs. Trump he avoided big day one action on tariffs. His one executive order there was essentially to launch a review of trade practices. And that was the sense there from folks I talked to, was that this was a way to not upset markets on day one. But Trump being Trump, he couldn't kind of let the day end without making news on it. And he talked about how he wants to do 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico on February 1st, which is just about 10 days away. So that's coming, and it's clearly top of mind for him. The fourth one, just to start us off, is TikTok. He unveiled a ban there to try to delay the app for 75 days. But what the overall message you got from Trump over this whole weekend was how close he is to TikTok. He's talked about a warm spot he has for TikTok. He talks about how young people liked him on that app, so he's a fan of it. So that's a big one with the TikTok CEO there at the inauguration as well. The overall sort of theme here, I think, to kind of tie these together and to pitch it forward, are lawsuits. All of these are kind of attempts to push forward presidential power, and all of them are going to face, in different ways, legal challenges. TikTok is a big one, but a variety of these issues are really legally questionable. So the question is kind of what does it look like going forward for Trump as he tries to move forward on these?
Ben, it's interesting that you mentioned Shochu. He was actually seated next to Tulsi Gabbard, who's Trump's national intelligence director pick. So interesting seating. And that really ties into this whole brocracy. We saw front row, all the tech bros, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. We saw Tim Cook seated, was also seated there as well. But we also saw Zuckerberg, Sundar Pichai. So imagine if you're the tech bros and you're front and center, you're in front of Trump's cabinet nominees. They were sitting behind them, and you even had some Republican governors, including Florida's Ron DeSantis, Georgia's Brian Kemp, some of these key swing state governors in the overflow room, not even in the back seat, but really in the overflow room. And we know that there does tend to be a lot of optics and showmanship. Everything is a little bit strategic in terms of how everyone is sort of seated and placed. So people are wondering, is this a sign that it really is going to be the sort of oligarch brotocracy that's really going to be informing the Trump agenda, which really isn't in line with this sort of K-shaped economy where people are saying, look, the people who voted for him, they're worried about inflation. They're worried about, the price of eggs. So it was interesting to see how that matches up in terms of the seating chart there. And look, people are saying this is what we ran on, right? This is what we voted for. We voted for the Trump agenda. I'm not sure that the tech brotocracy is what they had in mind when they were trying to, get their grocery list together.
Yeah, I think it's such a great point, Rochelle, especially in the context of Trump 1.0. We saw how long individuals close to Trump lasted. And Bradley Tusk, a venture capitalist, joined me this morning for a conversation on this. And he said, ultimately, what Trump wants for his agenda is what wins. So don't read too much as an investor into something like Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg being in the room. If Trump wants a certain policy, like, for example, the pausing of the TikTok ban, to endure, he is going to go with what he wants, not necessarily with what the tech CEOs in the room might want from him. Having said that, I also want to talk a little bit with both of you about his immigration policy. This was something he clearly was very focused on day one, issuing a slew of executive orders on immigration. And he specifically talked about a few different things, obviously declaring a crisis at the border, but also revoking birthright citizenship, which we know is protected under the Constitution. So that's been something that leads to this question about the longevity of these executive orders. But this morning, we've been talking a lot about this specific comment he made on legal immigration. Take a listen.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. We have to have legal immigration.
So I spoke with an immigration expert about that line this morning, and I asked her, do you buy this idea from President Trump that legal immigration could be used as a backfill for any job loss that is created due to new policies on immigration? And she said, look at the Trump 1.0 agenda to get clarity on that. He said very similar things back in 2016, and then we did not see a huge move to the upside on legal immigration. And that really clarified things from my perspective about how we should be looking not only at his immigration policy, but also just more broadly at the commentary coming from this administration, and the market reaction to that perhaps should be considered a little bit more widely moving forward here, as opposed to just kind of moving based on every single individual thing that Trump says. But I'm curious what you guys think about that. Ben, what do you think, given your reporting in D.C.?
I mean, I think the question that raises for me is does this brotocracy let him downplay that issue at all? I mean, I can tell you maybe Trump sort of doesn't have super strong feelings on H-1B visas, but I can tell you Elon Musk does, Mark Zuckerberg does. So that's a key difference, between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, is that these guys have incredible power there, and they have shown the ability to kind of get heard by him and get him do it. I think, there's going to be a split screen. We've already seen it during the transition, and I think it's going to continue, where harsh action on illegal immigration. One of the big things that Trump announced yesterday was troops at the southern border, which is, I think, what we're going to see soon, along with this kind of trying to toe the line on H-1B visas that Musk is not going to let him kind of fade away for certain.
And it's interesting because I did run some of the numbers in terms of the number of mentions through Grok, that's X's AI, tried to keep it as neutral as possible. And in terms of the mentions within the signed executive actions on day one that Trump had, topping the list in terms of ranking based on the emphasis and frequency of mentions when it comes to topics, immigration and border security far and above had the most mentions, including that national emergency declaration at the southern border, an attempt to end birthright citizenship, etc. Second was environmental and energy policy. We heard drill, baby, drill. We heard, we actually saw in a lot of the executive action that was revoked from the prior administration, a lot of the ones tied to climate risk, not just the Paris Accord, but also financial risk tied to climate. You also had government operations and federal employment. Obviously, the hiring freeze, having the federal workers return to work. But I wonder, when you look at those top three things, what you don't hear is the economy. That actually got much fewer mentions than those other three. It was very light on details. It was about sort of marshalling the cabinet to figure out how to do it, to figure out how to help with the cost of living crisis, which is what people said that they voted for him for. But we didn't see that. But we did see a lot when it came to immigration and border security, both during his inauguration speech and a lot of the cheers that he got as well, and a lot of the culture war and social issues. But it's hard to determine which of those are actually going to help bring any prices down, manage inflation, or give people the economy that they think they're now about to get. Keeping in mind, the economy is not in bad shape. I mean, the economists that we've been talking to, that they say the U.S. economy has seen stronger recent growth in real GDP, productivity, real wages. You've got a low unemployment rate, inflation moderating, although ticking back up a little bit in January, moving towards the Fed's 2% target. But that does speak to that K-shaped economy. If you don't feel like you're doing well and only sort of the top 1% are doing well, overall, the numbers look like the economy's doing well, but if you don't feel like it's doing well when you're trying to pay your bills, get your food, put gas in your car, that's really what the voting comes down to.
And it's been fascinating to see consumer sentiment data that I know you all have talked about on the show so much, where Democrats and Republicans have completely flipped in terms of inflation expectations. Prior to the election, Republicans thinking inflation was going to be higher for longer, and after the election, that's flipped, and Democrats now leading to that inflation outlook. I do quickly want to mention energy. Trump declaring a national energy emergency yesterday and issuing some executive orders to that end, but it's interesting in the context of U.S. oil production. We heard Trump saying drill, baby, drill in the U.S., and he is efforting that in attempts to get oil costs down, which would, in his view, prevent some of the inflationary pressure that we have been seeing. But you can see on this chart here, the U.S. is already at peak oil production and has consistently over the past decade or so been trending in that direction as the top oil producer globally. So what will increased oil production actually do to the price of oil and the oil market more broadly is something that we will, of course, continue to monitor here at Yahoo Finance. We do have to take a quick break, but we're going to be right back with Henrietta Trays and more capital gains after this.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome back to Capital Gains. We are now joined by Veda Partners Director of Economic Policy, Henrietta Treyz, as we track President Trump's initial agenda at the White House. Henrietta, the market is keenly focused on tariff policy, and we're seeing a bit of a relief rally in the market given the lack of any sweeping tariff policy, at least on day one. What are you telling clients about what's coming next on tariffs?
There's actually a series of events that we're about to see on the tariff front. In the first place, the idea of universal tariffs that you might have expected on day one is not consistent with Trump's first term. It's not consistent with the sort of novel approach that we saw from USTR Lighthizer in his first term. And of course, the incoming USTR is Jamison Greer, who was Lighthizer's chief of staff. So we're seeing a really continuation of the first Trump term, which is a nuanced approach using almost exhaustive trade remedy authorities across Section 232 national security tariffs, which we're expecting in the months ahead, starting with the EU as early as April 1st, given their March 31st expiration. A balance of payments authority, which allows the president to put 15% tariffs on any nation in which we have a balance of payments deficit for up to 150 days. An additional review of the Section 301 tariffs against China, including pulling out of the Phase 1 trade deal, which would escalate tariffs across what is currently about $350 billion worth of goods and could expand. And then, of course, IEEPA tariffs with Canada and Mexico that he sort of off the cuff threatened to impose on February 1st, and historically usually has a lag time of 10 days before implementation. So I think a lot is coming, and this is all a very exhaustive, very by-the-books way to implement trade strategy.
Hey, Henrietta, thanks for joining us. Curious one aspect of what you just mentioned there, which is something we've been talking about on this podcast for a while, which is why is Trump so obsessed with Canada? That's something we didn't hear during the campaign. And then sort of immediately afterwards, these Canada-Mexico tariffs, we saw it last night in these off-the-cuff comments you referenced. What are you telling clients on that? Why is Canada and Mexico as well in such a focus for Trump?
So I think in the first place, the Canada and Mexico approach is really about the USMCA renewal that's due in about 18 months, midway through next year. We're effectively setting the stage now. Some of the issues we have with Canada involve, of course, immigration and fentanyl, which is what the IEEPA tariffs are about. But the USMCA renewal, and let's remember that USMCA was the hallmark of his trade agenda outside of the U.S.-China trade war in his first term. That is going to revolve around issues around lumber and dairy, and he has similar issues with Mexico when it comes to investment in from China into the nation. So I think a lot of this is actually gearing up to prepare for pretty robust renewal negotiations on the USMCA.
And Henrietta, good to see you. Rochelle here. I want to ask you about the first 100 days. When you're looking at the different options in terms of tariffs, whether it's the USMCA, whether it's the US and China and the Phase 1 trade deal, obviously that it's still kind of stalled, the EU, what do you think is going to be the most significant of those within the first 100 days?
First 100 days is a good starting place. I mean, I think we have to probably expect something on Canada and Mexico, at least in terms of massive headline risk around an IEEPA threat. And this 25% rate, I think, is really high historically. Back in May of 2019, the rate that he would have started the Mexico tariffs at was 5% and eventually land at 25% a couple months later in October of that year. So I think 25% is high. I'd watch for that number to come down. But obviously, February 1st is something that he's looking at announcing something on IEEPA with Canada and Mexico. So that would be the first thing. We also need to be mindful that his USTR, Jamison Greer, and Commerce Secretary are going to have to go through their nomination hearings. And those are going to be flashpoints where the U.S. senators, particularly from the Republican Party in these farming states, try to hold those members' feet to the fire and say, hey, be mindful that when you impose the tariffs, the retaliation is going to hit our constituents, mostly farm states in red states, from North Dakota to, Alabama. So a lot of those issues are going to be front and center when we go through this nomination hearings in the next couple weeks. I think March 31st is critical to recall that the U.S. and EU have real tensions, and the EU is not negotiating with the United States, and it didn't under Biden either, to alleviate issues from steel and aluminum, which is what the tariffs are theoretically for, but really also their agriculture purchases and most pressingly their auto industry. And the fact that these high quality, sort of like high skilled labor components are made over in Germany and not in the United States. You hear President Trump himself talk about that with incredible depth for a trade issue to talk about how upset they are at the fact that we're effectively, a building shop where we put the hood on the car and the doors on, but they make the batteries and transmissions and all those high tech, sort of high skilled labor jobs they want here. And then finally, the China front, indications that we're going to start negotiations that have a 10, 20, 45 day allotment under the enforcement mechanism of phase one. So really everything is on the table, and I expect to hear all those pieces in the next 100 days.
And just quickly, do you think markets are pricing that in, or when will they start pricing that in?
I think markets are acting irrationally by being so excited that tariffs were not announced on day one. I think that's something that we should have forecast, should have understood. Universal tariffs are not a good way to implement trade policy, which is why they didn't do it in the first term. And, Lighthizer and Jameson Greer are very close, and it's appropriate to expect a continuation. So just because tariffs didn't happen on day one should not make anybody comfortable. The America First trade policy agenda that had various dates, key agency officials targeted, addendum after addendum suggests that all this trade stuff is coming. The formation of the External Revenue Service alone should be cause for concern. I mean, my focus is on taxes and deficits at my core, and we need this revenue in order to offset the cost of the tax bill, or at least give the impression of paying down some of the cost of the deficits that will have to be incurred by writing a tax bill in 2025. We got all year to pay for this. It's going to take 4 years to collect the revenue at a minimum. This is going to be a long-standing threat for the investment community.
Yeah, Henrietta, talk to me about your thinking on that creation of the External Revenue Service. Do you think that is sort of a branding tool to help this administration communicate revenue that could be used to tackle the debt ceiling, or is it something else?
I'm going to have to steal that language, Madison. That's exactly correct. Yes. We obviously already have a tariff revenue collection agency, Customs and Border Patrol. So this is a new line item, effectively, that would be really easy to read if, implemented as the president has sort of laid it out. You have the IRS that collects domestic revenue. You have the External Revenue Service that collects tariff revenue. And then instead of getting an overview from, CBO later on in the year, Treasury, about where we stand on all those agencies and the revenue they're collecting, you have a very specific line item that says External Revenue Service collections. Again, this all goes back to the fact that extending the tax cuts that he passed in his first term will cost over $5 trillion. That's not even including the limitation on the cap for salt that's going to have to be adjusted, or the proposal to provide tax-free taxes on tips, or Social Security and Medicare payments being tax-free. Those are massively expensive items. And the Republican conference in the House barely has a vote to spare on these super contentious items. So the issue of reducing the deficit, or the appearance of what the deficit is going to be when they pass an extension of the tax bill, is paramount. It is the story of 2025. It really is the story of tariffs, taxes, your SALT deduction, the IRA tax credit. The whole story revolves around deficits. And you can have the External Revenue Service with a specific line item that says, hey, we're on track to generate $1 trillion. The Republican members of Congress can point to that later on and say, look, we found the money. And it'll be really easy to read.
Henry, what are you, obviously on this largest fiscal debate we're having, Trump is going to meet with lawmakers this afternoon on this, and this 1 versus 2 bill question that you referenced is still up in the air. What's the latest you're hearing on that? How likely are we going to get taxes sooner, or is this going to be an end of the year as a lot of people are expecting?
It's my ongoing view that the tax bill will not pass until it has to, which is December 30th, 2025. We don't pass big legislation on taxes typically until like the second or third week of December. You can go back all the way to 2010 when we were dealing with the Bush tax cuts. If I'm not mistaken, that bill passed December 17th. The last couple passed December 22nd. This is a late in the year issue. My odds are pretty aggressive on this front, but that's how I like to roll. We're at 80% that we are going to have 2 reconciliation bills. The first one, incidentally, has a completion date of around April, which is right when Trump is tasking his Commerce and USTR secretaries with identifying the state of play on phase 1 and Section 232 and all those tariff remedies. That would be the Senate's preferred path, the House Freedom Caucus's preferred path, and the House Republican Study Committee's preferred path. And that creates a bill and a deliverable for Trump on border spending, military preparedness, and energy permitting and leasing in the first 4 months of his term. That's the fastest you can hope to pass any legislation. We'd see the budget on that probably in February. Then a second bill would be written late in the year with the fiscal year 2026 Budget Resolution Authority authorizing reconciliation. We'll see if they can pass the bill with just partisan support. Part of that will depend on the revenue coming in from tariffs and the debt ceiling. And they'll do that in the back half of the year, starting around April, May, and lasting probably through December for that debate.
And I know that you said that tariffs are going to really be the defining moment of this administration. Is there anything that we're not paying attention to that we should, perhaps things that aren't being discussed that are really also of the most importance for investors?
That's a great question. It's very fair. Honestly, I have to keep coming back to trade and tariffs. And the reason is Congress is only going to be able to pass legislation this year. After 2025, we're going to be neck deep in the 2026 midterm elections. There's going to be aggressive primary races and then a general election cycle that's going to imperil a number of Republican senators. I would say Susan Collins of Maine, who may announce her retirement instead of seek re-election. Tom Tillis in North Carolina, a state that, as you referenced before, so much of the money from the IRA goes to these red states where there is a growth in clean energy, have a real problem repealing those IRA tax credits. So the reason that investors should focus on tariffs and trade is because it's entirely implementable with just the executive branch. We do not need Congress to weigh in on tariffs or trade. So just like in Trump's first term, where we spent the first year legislating with the health bill and the tax bill, that's going to happen this time around.
Really important context, as always, from you, Henrietta. Thank you so much for making time with us to break down the initial thoughts on the Trump administration under Trump 2.0. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
That's going to be all for this episode of Capital Gains. Thank you again to our guest, Henrietta, and also our co-hosts, Rochelle and Ben, for being here. And thank you to our audience for joining us. Make sure to like and subscribe to Capital Gains wherever you get your podcast, and we'll see you next time on Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
people's voice, Sydney Freed. First, please like, subscribe, and comment on Stocks in Translation on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, or YouTube. Guess what, guys? Today we are welcoming Tom Hayes. He is the chairman of Great Hill Capital. Hello, guys. And today we are going to be talking about, guess what? We got Warren Buffett. We got David Tepper talking of value and macro. And no spoiler alert, we've got them in a finale you do not want to miss. Our word of the day, or phrase of the day, is VSD. It stands for volatility, spreads, and duration. How the pros use these terms to read the bond market tea leaves. And this episode is brought to you by the number 21%. That is how much the Magnificent Seven profits are expected to grow this year, which happens to be exactly the same for the S&P 600. That's small caps. It's a 2025 Davy Goliath market showdown. But before we get to some of the more jargon-busting parts of this show, Tom, why don't you just give us your big picture overview of where we are in the markets right now?
Yeah, I think for 2025, we can expect a good year. However, not quite as good as 2024. We're kind of looking at high single digits to low double digits, but I think the real story is going to be the rotation. What is going to drive those gains and what is holding back bigger gains? And that has to do with rotation that we're going to talk about.
All right, great. So you are a value investor. We want to start with another V word, VSD, which really doesn't have a lot to do with value, but we're going to talk about it anyway. We got volatility, spread, and duration. So taking them one at a time, volatility, it measures price swings. And then spreads, that shows the difference in yields between two different bonds, so how far apart they are. And then we have duration, which measures how sensitive a bond is to changes in interest rates. So if the Fed raises or lowers rates, how does that bond react to it? And I'm just wondering how you use this information to judge what's happening right now, because we've seen huge rises in the 10-year T-note yield, which has been pressuring risk markets.
You know, it's interesting. What we're seeing in the last few weeks is exactly what we saw after Trump 1.0, after the election and before the inauguration. And what basically happened in 2016, he ran on being tariff man and the king of debt. So what did the markets do? As soon as he was elected, dollar rallied. Yields blew out. Emerging markets and international stocks sold off. And then after the inauguration,
what you wanted with Bloomberg News Now, I'm Amy Morris. Many of the world's wealthiest are meeting in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. Bank of America Chairman CEO Brian Moynihan is there, and he tells us they have a succession plan in place.
Every 6 months we go through everything. Who are the immediate successors for every one of our teammates' jobs? And we have a slate, and we go from that slate. Because if you run a big company, people leave for a whole, they retire, they get another job, whatever, and you're always filling jobs. And so with the way the board will make a choice at some point, I'm not going anywhere unless they throw me out.
Bank of America Chair and CEO Brian Moynihan. Also at Davos, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who sees things going in the right direction for his country after Donald Trump's inaugural pledge to expand U.S. energy exports.
Right now, things are on our side. President Trump is going to export more energy. But Europe needs to step up and do more long-term work to secure real energy independence. You can't keep buying gas from Moscow while also expecting security guarantees, help, and backup from the Americans. That's just wrong.
Volodymyr Zelensky speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, just a day after Donald Trump was sworn in as U.S. president, opening a chapter of uncertainty for Ukraine, which heavily depends on military aid from Washington. And Trump's one-time chief economic advisor, Gary Cohn, is also in Davos, where he talked about reaction to Trump's actions so far.
We know that's fairly positive for business. On the fundamental level, it's positive for business. It's a pro-business. It's a smart regulatory environment. So everyone's thinking that's very good for business. But I think we're going to ultimately have to see what the year brings because there's still more unknowns than knowns in the equation at this point.
Gary Cohn, one-time chief economic advisor to Donald Trump. Marco Rubio has been sworn in as Secretary of State. He says one of his top priorities will be regarding the war in Ukraine. He would not go into details about how it would end.
It'll have to be negotiated the way all of these kinds of deals are negotiated, and that is in settings in which we use our leverage, our influence, our national power to bring about not just an end to a conflict, but also to provide long-term stability for Europe and beyond.
Rubio's stance on NATO, he is a strong supporter, could put him at odds with President Trump. The Senate Finance Committee has advanced Scott Bessent's nomination for Treasury Secretary. He'll now go to the full Senate for confirmation. Former Proud Boys extremist group leader Enrique Tarrio and Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes have been released from prison after their lengthy sentences for seditious conspiracy convictions in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol were wiped away by a sweeping order by President Trump. Trump's order benefited more than 1,500 defendants. Rhodes and Tarrio were two of the highest profile defendants. They received some of the harshest punishments in what became the largest investigation in Justice Department history. Israel's top general and his Gaza commander have resigned over their failure to prevent the 2023 Hamas attack that triggered a multi-front war. Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, the Israeli Defense Forces chief of staff, says he'll step down on March 6th, about the time the ongoing 6-week ceasefire with Hamas should be ending. Major General Yaron Finkelman is the IDF chief of Southern Command, and he says he'll follow suit. Halevi's resignation is the most prominent since the war against Hamas began. The resignations may add pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government, which has been declining in support because of the conflict and a judicial crisis. Musician Garth Hudson has died. Hudson was the last surviving member of the band, where he played keyboards, the accordion, and saxophone. The Toronto Star reports he passed away peacefully in his sleep overnight. Garth Hudson was 87 years old. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
You read that
I'm
book,
Amy
and one
Morris.
of two things is
This
going to
is
happen.
Bloomberg.
One, it puts you to sleep, find another career. There are many ways to make money, many paths to the top of the mountain. Number two, the light bulb goes off and it changes your life. That's what happened to me. And every day, like Buffett talks about, I skip to work because it's like a treasure hunt. There is nowhere else in the world other than public markets where the price can get so dislocated from the underlying value, either due to forced selling, structural selling, over emotion. You know, for some of the prices that I pay for businesses, like if I went into Advanced Auto Parts board today and I said, I'll take out the entire company. JP Morgan's going to finance me on the debt side. I'll put up some of the equity. I'll raise some equity. We'll buy the entire company at $45 a share. I can guarantee you.
Sounds wonderful.
They would call security and have me escorted out of the building because they think I'm absolutely a Looney Tune. Never in a million years would they sell their business at $45 a share. So those are the opportunities, and that's actually one of my filters, is would the board have me escorted out if I offered to buy the entire business at the price that was quoted in the market? And if the answer is no, they would take the meeting, then that's probably not the stock for me.
Tom, speaking of value here, value has actually been the dominant probably factor, if you want to call that, in the market going back 100 years, but not this century. It's really only come in a few places, come into vogue in a few places. And I've sat with a lot of guests and they've said that perpetually low interest rates that we've seen this century kind of killed off the macro trade. That, you know, you're used to these boom bust cycles, but it's changed the game. It did change the game so much, and only now are we normalizing. So is this finally the time for value?
Yeah, we ring
ring
the bell on this show.
All right.
Look, value is the cheapest relative to growth since 1980, number one, since 2000, number two. Both of those years were generational buy opportunities to buy value. If you remember the covers in 1999, 2000,
yes.
Warren Buffett has lost his touch. That was the headlines, except he was using that opportunity while everyone was buying Cisco and Global Crossing and Enron. He was buying value stocks, and he had dramatically outperformed 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006. You get the point. And if you look back through history, we get blinded as investors by recency bias. And recency bias tells you since 2010, growth has kicked value's butt, okay? And there's no two ways about it. Since 1927, value has outperformed growth, not by a little, by 4.5% per year, every single year, including the last 15
And not
years.
compounding. That's,
Yes. If you believe we're normalizing interest rates and you don't have exposure to the 493 or some level of value, I think you're going to find yourself left in the dust. I'm not saying shift your portfolio overnight and go all value, because we don't know. No one can predict the future. But what I am saying is, if you can buy a high quality business at a reasonable price right now, you want to start to do that in a normalizing environment, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Would you do that with an ETF like buy VLUE or some value ETF, or are you stock picking? Do you really need to find the winners and avoid the losers there?
Yeah, I think you run into, if you wind up in a basket, there's the term value traps. So the turnarounds I look for, it's not just like it's cheap, because you can get stuck in cheap for a long time. I'm looking for catalysts of change. In many cases, it's the new CEO. Okay, so for instance, we were just joking. You like Vans? I have
Love
three.
Vans,
We have 3 pairs of the same.
Can't see them now. That's
Okay.
not going to happen.
I had to endure this conversation already.
So let me tell you about Vans. So Vans, I went on a network last year, and the stock was trading at $13 or $14, down from $83. And the host looked at me like I had 2 heads. I said, "Look, I'm betting on Bracken Darrell. This guy was at Logitech in 2013 when the stock was down 82%. Okay, here's what happened over the next decade." If you invested, it was less than a decade. If you invested $1 million when Bracken took the helm of Logitech, you made $26 million. 26 bagger. Talk about his turnaround. And this is not, they weren't curing cancer. These are commoditized.
They were selling mice.
Camera and mice and keyboards, which you could get anywhere else. But somehow this guy figured out how to brand Logitech to the gamers, and the game was on. He's doing the exact same thing. And not only does VF Corp own Vans, which has struggled, by the way, it peaked during COVID. Everyone bought Vans 3 years ago. They've got three.
There's a surfing vibe early on in the pandemic. Didn't pan out.
Exactly. Didn't pan out. So they've worked through that. So now they've gone through the destock cycle. They're going to the restock cycle. But by the way, they own North Face, which just did a collaboration with Kim Kardashian on Skims. They sold out within a matter of days. The young kids are wearing the new school where the wave thing pops out from the side of the thing. So he's changing the game. They're selling out. You couldn't even get them in Christmas because they were selling out. Then he owns North Face. He owns North Face. He owns Timberland, Dickies. So he's got a portfolio. He sold off Supreme to do what? Same thing that you saw with Shane O'Kelly. Take solvency risk off the table. That is number one in a turnaround story. Sold Supreme for $1.5 billion, paid down the debt. Now they've got the runway to turn around Vans. North Face is doing great. As Asia comes back, it'll do even better. Timberland, Dickies, you name it, you got it. I mean, Bracken is a winner, and he's gonna turn this thing around. So the stock is now up from 13.14 to 21.22, down from 80. I think this can double again over the next couple of years.
Hold that thought. We need to take a short break. But coming up, we've got a Davy and Goliath showdown between the Mag 7 and small caps. Then another showdown on the runway featuring 2 iconic hedge fund legends. It is Buffett versus Tepper. Coming up.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
All right, we are back, and this episode is brought to you by the number 21%. That is the expected growth in earnings per share or profits of the Mag 7 this year. And it's also the expected EPS growth for the S&P 600, which covers small caps. The key difference is what we call the multiple, or how much you need to multiply the stock price to get to that number. So the multiple on the Mag 7 is 33. The multiple on the S&P 600, that small cap index, is half of that, basically 16. Tell us about how you use this information.
Yeah, this is huge. So when I'm allocating this year, I want to find special and unique situations in small cap. Why? Because I get the same growth for half the multiple. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. And the second auto stock that I wanted to talk about is a small cap in particular. It's called Cooper Standard. This stock is down not 80%, this stock is down 90%, okay? Same thing that happened. They took solvency risk off the table, they refinanced the debt. All this is a play on increasing volumes. And if you remember from December, volumes came in, it surprised everyone, 16.8 million annualized. What you've seen over the last 45 years is North American sell-through, SAAR. It peaks and troughs between 15.3 million to 17.1. The last time you had a peak was 2017 at 17.1. This company earned $7 a share and traded at $146. We started buying it at 5 and change. It's now up to 13 and change. We believe that the next time we hit 17 million in volumes, they're not only going to earn $7, they're going to earn $10 a share because they've taken $400 million of costs out. So these are the special, unique situations in small caps where you can get involved. You can take a risk. You're not going to put your whole portfolio in a small cap stock. You want to be careful, and you want to have a portfolio of 10, 15, 20 stocks. You know, the less confidence you have, the more diversified you need to be. The more, you know, Buffett and Munger used to always say, diversification is a hedge against not knowing what you're doing.
Or some would call that incompetence, but yeah.
Bigger picture, do you have like a percentage breakdown you recommend for growth and value and large cap and small cap for people to be invested in?
Yeah, that's going to depend on their unique goals. That's something that they definitely want to talk to a financial advisor, because at different ages, you want to have different levels of risk. I deal exclusively with family offices and ultra high net worth accredited and qualified investors. So that's really going to depend where you're at. I think for a lot of people, what makes sense is to passively index the bulk of their money. controversial. So Tepper went on TV a few months ago talking about China, and people vomited all over their desks once they heard that, okay? His number one position is Alibaba right now. Look, I've been wrong about Alibaba for over a year. We just keep buying it and buying it and buying it because price is what you pay, is value is what you get. It's the lowest amount of price for the greatest amount of value right now in the international market. So if you think that there's more bark to Trump than bite and he wants to do a deal with China like we saw after the election in after the inauguration in 2017, when Alibaba went from $85, not coincidentally where it is right now, to $187 in 11 months, you might want to take a look at that. There's something that has been happening in China for the last year and a half, is that they've been doing this piecemeal stimulus over and over and over and over. Very piecemeal, but it's all building up. And when it happens, it's going to be very quickly, and Alibaba is the toll keeper. It's the toll gate for the middle class. When they start spending, they get a piece of all the action. They've got a piece of all the AI startups. If you want to play a China AI ETF, it's called Alibaba. Why? Because every single AI...
They are a seed fund.
Every single AI startup goes to Alibaba and says, we need cloud, we need AI tools, we need all of this stuff. And they say, it's free, just give us equity. We've got equity as owners of Alibaba in pretty much every AI startup in China. This is huge, and it has zero value. Oh, by the way, they generate $25 billion of free cash flow every year. Oh, by the way, they're sitting on $55 billion of cash. Not a bad runway for a turnaround situation.
They can also lock up Jack Ma at any time, so there is risk there.
Yeah, well, good news is he's out of the picture, so lock him away. I would say that if China turns, this thing is going... And I wouldn't even say if, because this is actually what it looks like. I know I don't have a lot of gray hairs, but I've been around, and Jared knows. I've seen these cycles, and the last time China was this despondent was it happens every few years. 2016, okay? Then you had 2009. Then you had 2001. As the money moved out of U.S. tech, it moved into China tech. So look, it's not a popular one. It's why we own more than one stock, okay? You can't be certain about anything, but when it moves, it's not going to be a little move. It's going to be a big move, and it's not going to let anyone in. And I just don't know when that is. I think it's imminent. Tepper thinks it's imminent, but no one knows.
Tom, we're racing to the finish here. What is your number one investment tip for 2025?
I think that what you want to do is lighten up a little bit on Mag 7 if you're overweight. And if you're in indices, whether you like it or not, you're overweight. Some 40% index weighting is the Mag 7. I think it's trading at a little premium. You know, I joke Jensen Huang may be flying a little bit too close to the sun like Icarus. The good news is his wings haven't started to melt yet, but at 51 times earnings, 30 times sales, decelerating growth, still great growth, but decelerating. Having been through many semiconductor cycles, the narrative is the same. Competition is coming. Right now, the wings are fine because there's no competition. Competition will come.
All right, we got to leave it there. Tom, I'm thinking about becoming a value investor when I grow up, but for now, we got to wind things down here at Stocks in Translation. Be sure to check out all our other episodes on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all your favorite podcast platforms, so be sure to leave a comment, subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
for investments.
And continuing on Trump's day one agenda, we'll tell you how executive orders on immigration and energy could impact the markets and the economy.
Plus, we'll head overseas to Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum, where our very own Brian Sozzi is interviewing the CEO of Cloudflare. That's later in the hour.
Let's take a look at some of the market headlines to start the hour here, 30 minutes into the U.S. trading day. And if you take a look at the three major averages, we're off to a relatively strong start. You've got the NASDAQ up just at nearly 1.5%. You've got the Dow up just over 300. The S&P also adding on about 0.8%. Flipping over to the bond market, lots of action recently in the yield picture that we are seeing. You look at the 10-year yield pulling back again just a bit, right around the 4.57 level. So well off the highs that we saw not too long ago, but still above 4.5. And finally, taking a look at the dollar, Maddie, this is really where we've seen a lot of the movement over the last 24 hours as President Trump has been inaugurated. You're looking at a bit of a pullback here. We did see some strengthening initially yesterday. And of course, a lot of the reaction, a lot of the movement that we've seen over the last 24 hours has to do with some of the policy initiatives laid out, most specifically what we're learning here about tariffs.
And I know you all spoke with Mohammed El-Arian about this in the previous hour, this idea of whether or not we are going to finally see some of that investment more globally. And he said what he's been saying for years, we're going to continue to have to wait on that. But we still continue to see that valuation concern in the U.S. leading to that constant question, when will we get more investment globally? Having said that, sticking in U.S. equities, it's interesting to see the market kind of repeating itself, seeing a little bit of a relief rally today following the lack of huge news on tariffs, at least in the form of executive orders on Trump's first day in office here. Will we see this movie again that we saw following the election, where we saw that huge rally and then weeks of declines to the downside?
Yeah, it certainly is going to be very interesting to watch. And you take a look at some of the sector action that we are seeing this morning, like you were saying, not a huge surprise just in terms of some of that leadership. Also want to call out some of the Chinese listed U.S. stocks here this morning, also getting a bit of a bump. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we didn't get too much when it comes to China and the approach that we could see from the Trump administration. When it comes to tariffs, very much the street reading into that we're still in the planning, the early phases of this, and not too much worry, at least for right now.
Yeah, and certainly seeing a lot of the big tech names also catching a bid this morning, following tech CEOs flanking President Trump at the inauguration, seated in front of administration officials. You can see here Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Google's Sundar Pichai, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Tesla's Elon Musk. Joining us now on what the tech-heavy crowd indicates, we've got our very own Yasmin Karam. And Yasmin, Elon Musk sort of started this trend amongst the tech CEOs. It seems like Zuckerberg is sort of following suit. What can you tell us about the domino effect?
Yeah, there's certainly a huge domino effect. Front and center yesterday was Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, who has had quite the roller coaster relationship with the president. Zuckerberg last night co-hosted an inaugural ball for the president, posting this photo of himself with his wife, Priscilla Chan, with the caption, "Optimism and celebrating." It wasn't too long ago that Trump threatened Zuckerberg with jail time if he rigged the election. Remember, Zuckerberg kicked Trump off of Facebook and Instagram 2 years ago in light of the January 6th attacks on the Capitol. Now, fast forward to this month, Zuckerberg has had an about-face, overhauling Meta's policies, adding Dana White to the board. Two sources tell me there's a lot more changes coming to Meta. I've been speaking to Meta insiders who describe Zuckerberg as, quote, a chameleon who now wants to be seen as somebody who can work with Trump and Republicans. Zuckerberg wants to reportedly play an active role in the president's policymaking when it comes to tech. And ironically, as you mentioned, Maddie, he's basically turning into his rival, Elon Musk. Sources have been describing him as, quote, Little Musk. Remember, the two were about to battle it out in a cage match that never happened, fortunately or unfortunately. But Trump is the president. First and foremost, he was a businessman. I think it's important to remember that his cabinet will be super influential, but more important are the people outside of the government who will have his ear. Zuckerberg, Musk, Pichai, Tim Cook, they will all be on speed dial for the next 4 years.
Seems like it, at least when you take a look at the presence and the influence that they will likely have here over the next 4 years. Yasmin, let's talk about the TikTok update that we did get, the suspension of the ban here, and bring that up in the context of Meta right now. Does that have the potential to maybe complicate some of the relationships that Trump does seem to be forming with these larger tech CEOs?
Yeah, so analysts I spoke to said one of the reasons that Zuckerberg might be playing into President Trump's hand is because Meta will obviously be a huge beneficiary if TikTok is in fact banned. Now, last night, Trump, set an executive order, save TikTok for the foreseeable future. So clearly he is not as loyal as he might have been. But, this is kind of the power play that we're going to see over the next 4 years. And it'll be very interesting to see how it all plays out. As you know, Biden warned of a tech oligarchy. Clearly, President Trump and these CEOs don't listen.
All right, Yasmin, great stuff. Thanks so much. Let's continue the conversation surrounding President Trump's relationship with big tech. And for that, we want to bring in Bradley Tusk. He's the founder and CEO of Tusk Venture Partners. Bradley, it's great to have you on set here this morning. I'm curious how you're thinking about the presence of big tech at the inauguration yesterday and maybe what that signals about the coming 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a turnaround from what you saw under Biden. And there are very clear policy needs that a lot of the people who were sitting, on the dais yesterday have. If you take Zuckerberg as just the example, one, in his perfect world, TikTok would go away. That's 170 million customers up for grabs. Two, he, and it's also true for Google, for Amazon, for Apple, for all of them, want the antitrust prosecutions against them to stop. Lena Khan and Biden were very aggressive around that. And then third, there are specific policy things like, for example, Section 230, which is a provision in federal law that protects all the platforms from any liability for the content posted by their users. They want that to stay on the books. AI regulations will start coming. They want that to be favorable to them. Crypto regulation. So, there's a lot at stake for these companies. And I think that in Trump, they have a person that they can at least have a dialogue with. Whereas with Biden was such a creature of the Beltway and of politics and so old, quite frankly. And his team were basically creatures of the Beltway and politics and pretty old also, that I think that they just didn't really even know what to make of that world.
What did the day one agenda and the presence of these tech executives clarify for you that might impact your investing in your position?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of a story of short-term gain, long-term pain, or short-term pain, long-term gain, depending on the category, right? So, for example, immigration. A lot of industries in this country do rely on illegal immigration, and if there were mass deportations, which I think logistically is really, really hard to pull off, but if there were, that would be a problem, right? Because a lot of people need those workers. However, what our economy really needs long-term are millions and millions of more legal immigrants who are here filling needs in industries like construction, like nursing, who are paying taxes, because as our population keeps getting older and older and we have to pay more and more for Social Security and Medicare, we've got to repopulate the tax rolls with a lot younger people. I don't think you can ever get to a place to have a true deal on immigration to really increase legal immigration until you deal with the problem of illegal immigration first. So however you feel, either morally or even economically, about some of Trump's orders, to me, if the goal is to ultimately get to the right place long term, that's good for the economy. On the other hand, energy, I think people will cheer the fact that energy production is going to be opened up, and that might have a positive benefit on the markets and the economy short term. But if you look at the cost of the LA fires, that's devastating for the economy and devastating for business. We're looking at, I've seen estimates of over $200 billion in losses. That's because we're not dealing with climate change sufficiently, right? So yes, you can permit more drilling, more coal plants, everything else. And in the short term, it probably will increase the margins and profits of those companies. But you're going to have more LA fires, more droughts, more hurricanes, more tornadoes, more earthquakes, everything else. And ask the insurance industry how they feel about that. Or tariffs will be the third, which is short term, there will be pain. And by the way, pain especially for American consumers, right? If we're looking at a 25% tariff on all goods from Canada and Mexico, whether it's your home heating oil or avocados, everything's 25% more expensive. That's really a problem. On the other hand, if Trump is right that there's an unequal playing field between the U.S. and the other two countries in NAFTA, between the U.S. and China, around NATO, then trying to level that does make sense.
Riley, let's talk about TikTok and the update that we got last night from President Trump, pushing off the ban just a bit, or pausing the TikTok ban. Questions about the legality of this and how this is going to play out in the coming months. How do you think, what does this tell us just in terms of the implications, maybe more broadly speaking, for big tech and how Trump is then likely to approach some of these issues, especially when it comes to national security over the next 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that Trump was very telling, I saw some article this morning where they said, what made you change your position on TikTok? And he said, well, I started using it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Trump believes in Trump. Right? So there's no underlying ideology that he has fealty to, whether it's conservative, liberal, libertarian, doesn't matter, right? He's going to do what's best for him. So when their interests align with his, it's going to work out for them, and when they don't, it won't, right? And so, for example, if you look at TikTok, the investors who are in ByteDance clearly want the law not to take place. If someone like Elon Musk might be a buyer of TikTok, he wants to benefit from that. But if you're Mark Zuckerberg, you don't want the competition and you want TikTok to go away. So, you should never make the mistake of thinking that he likes you, he cares about you, he's loyal to you. He likes, cares about, and is loyal only to himself. And when your interests are aligned with his, that's when you get stuff done.
That seems like an important framework, too, just in terms of Mark Zuckerberg being there and the positive catalyst that a TikTok ban could be for Meta.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe you're saying investors don't read too much into that because Trump will do what he wants with TikTok.
100% of the time, right? And as soon as someone is not useful for Trump, they will be discarded. There are very few people who made it sort of the first term unscathed. He's not a different person, right? Maybe getting shot changed him a little bit, but at the end of the day, he's Trump. And there are things about him that obviously appeal to the American people. A majority of people selected him in this election. But at the same time, if you don't go in with your eyes open, you're going to get burned.
And how long do you think Elon Musk lasts then under that?
I mean, it really depends in some ways. The most important thing Elon can do is show great deference to the president and tamp down any stories that he's co-equal or he's really the president or anything like that. It's just Trump's ego and insecurity that'll get in the way. So for as long as Trump feels like Elon is deferential to him, that can probably keep going. The minute that Trump starts hearing that it's really President Musk and not President Trump, that's when he's got a problem.
How successful do you think Musk is going to be, to that note, in the Trump administration? And I guess just in terms of being effective.
Yeah.
How realistic are some of these expectations?
There's two things, right? So first of all, keep in mind, Musk, kind of like Trump, especially with this new crypto, meme coin that Trump has, in many ways benefits economically from sort of perception and even pixie dust, right? The share price of Tesla makes no sense whatsoever when you look at economic metrics, but Musk has this sort of public aura, and Tesla's share price has gone up exponentially since Trump won. So Musk makes more money through image and branding than he does through making cars or satellites or anything else. So he knows that being in the West Wing is the best way for him to maximize his own personal wealth and earnings. When it comes to Doge specifically, look, I think he's going to find that government is a lot harder to get things done in than he realizes. A lot of stuff makes sense on paper, looks easy on paper, and then you start applying it to the real world, and they don't really care. But I do think that there's some real opportunity here. So for example, I spent the first 15 years of my career working in government, and things like procurement, rulemaking, licensure, permitting, there's so many functions that are performed so inefficiently, so expensively, that you could use AI, new technology for instead. That would be far more honest and far more cost effective. And so, if Elon and Doge could even start implementing some of that, that would make a big difference.
All right, Bradley Tusk, we have to leave it there. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Join us here at the desk. Coming up, a look at some of the top trending tickers here on Yahoo Finance this morning. We've got the biggest stock movers when we come back.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Bitcoin is the top trender this morning.